Hello everyone, welcome back. Okay, sorry, I got a new toy over this last week. It is a knockoff brand Steam Deck, but one where I was able to write my own plugins for it, and so I am struggling but having fun, and I've got new fancy buttons to press to like make stuff happen. So if things go haywire, I'm sorry. I'm practicing. I'm learning. We're working on it. So it's fun though. I like any device I can write code for. So welcome everyone. We are going to do something a little bit different. Well, a little bit of the same, a little bit different. So I have been doing a lot of AI related stuff this last week. Just a quick story time. Tuesday was a 19-hour day for me. I was up at 4:30 and finally got home at 11:30 that night. It was a really, really long day, which was exhausting, but it was good. I was doing a bunch of GitHub Copilot training as part of my job, and some of the I guess prep work kind of led into some ideas. Yeah, only 19 hours. I know, Izzy, a pitiful. I didn't even get a 2 in the tens digit. Complete chump work. But you know what? For me, that was a lot. But because kind of some of this prep with it, it got me thinking of some of things that I want from the material design library and how I could improve it a little bit more. So we're going to take some runs at this and we're going to see how it goes. And I was going to play around a little bit. So last time we worked on that tab control PR of trying to deal with kind of the animation stuff. Nikolai took it, ran with it, knocked it out of the park. There's an awesome PR out there. There's still kind of a work in progress. There was a couple issues that Corvin's, the other maintainer, found with it. Nikolai messaged me and said that he put them on the description of the PR, so we'll probably take a look at that. But one of the things that went along with that was the idea of how to write some UI tests for it. And we've got the XAMLTest library, but oftentimes I find those are a little difficult to get right, and it got me thinking, I bet you I could do an MCP server for my XAMLTest library to make that stupid easy. So that's the crazy idea in my head, and so tonight we may try to make that crazy idea real. So here's the game plan. But first, quick announcement. One, we have an event coming up. This is January. So as far as I know, all of my events for this year are done. I think. I hope. Oh boy. So there is. So I think I'm done. Sorry, getting messaged about said PR as we speak. But there is the .NET Conf 2025 coming up. For people who happen to be local to the area, great, we're serving lunch. But for people who just want to do remote, this is free for online attendees. So feel free to jump in that if people are interested. The other event that I wanted to plug is going to be, I don't even have it open here yet, GitCon. So no Christmas Day special. So I am, yeah, we're going to look at my calendar here in a moment and see, because I may have to flux some things around a little bit, but the GitCon was this last week. I thoroughly enjoyed it. For people who are unaware, the sessions are pre-recorded, so if anybody watched it live and you were kind of curious why like chat questions weren't being answered, it was one of those kind of weird things where I think their marketing team wanted it to feel like it was potentially a live event, but it wasn't. Like things were pre-recorded, and day 2 had some technical difficulties, but the good news is, hang on, that's the wrong link. I grabbed the wrong one. Where is the... Oh, did I not? I didn't post it in the events. Hang on one second. I will grab it. Sorry. GitKraken did go through and post it out, the recordings out, because day 2 they had technical difficulties getting them to start, and then issues with right at the end as well. And then hang on one second, because I've got it queued up right. Because selfishly, I think my session was the best. And so I was going to cue this right into it. So yeah, somewhere about here. So copy video at current time. There we are. Boom. there we are. So there's the YouTube video for the GitCon day 1. It's queued up for my session. Personally, I think there's a lot of sessions on there that are very worthwhile watching. So if you are interested, I think that would be great. Let's see here. I think that's it. Sorry, one moment. I apologize. I have a child up. We'll be right back in just a moment. Okay, sorry about that. Of course, I finally get stuff set up and I don't have a BRB slide ready to go. So, small bit. GitCon, really great. Day 2, live stream had some issues, but the recording is full and complete. Day 1 is a little more focused on the dev side. Day 2 is a little bit focused maybe on the managerial side. But lots of great content, in my opinion. I watched both of them in full, loved every minute of it. Very worthwhile going through and doing. Okay, .NET Conf, GitCon, right. And then Izzy had the audacity to ask about Christmas. So there is follow my Discord if you're interested, but there is a very good chance that next week's stream is canceled and or postponed. I may try to push it onto a Friday instead, so I'm not streaming on Christmas. But I am probably busier beyond all belief that day. We've got extra family in town. It's going to be great, but it's also going to be completely chaotic. So, just as a word of caution, follow the Discord. I've been trying to post, at least in the streaming chat, when I'm canceling things so that people have an idea. So if you want to know if there's a scheduling change, I've been trying to put it in there as soon as I can confirm what my plans are. Unfortunately, I will probably not know these plans until Monday, Tuesday at the soonest. And so we'll see how family stuff goes. Okay, there's all of that. Material design. Here we go. Okay, why did this one crash and die? Oh, probably because this thing's not allowed to. Yeah, it doesn't have the workflow permission. I am going to just squash merge that because that one should have. By default, GitHub Actions aren't allowed to update themselves unless you explicitly give them that permission, and it's sometimes I'll give it to them, sometimes I won't. It's a little bit of back and forth. Let me see if Corvin's replied to the comment on this one. Oh yeah, so leverage clip to bounds instead of custom converter. Great. This is perfect. Approve. Submit review. I must have missed the notification when this came through. This is the other problem I have right now is I get so many GitHub notifications. Working on fixing that too. Okay, but this is perfect because that basically matches exactly what I expected. And then let's throw this in the milestone. And I want to make sure I get the linked issue in the milestone as well. So it goes through. See, we don't need evaluation required if there's an open PR for it. And then this goes here. So this kind of work is something that I want to try to automate too. Like when I move a PR into a milestone, if there's a linked issue, I would kind of like that to trigger as well. So we may try to build that out. Okay, so last time we looked at the tab control bit, and then Nikolai went to town and knocked it out of the bloody park, which was great. So for those people who don't remember, the material design spec has this extra padding kind of around the tab control for being able to do it. Let's see, the big question, will there be a release before the 12th of January? I don't think so, only because I have not asking for a friend. Yes, Izzy, I'm aware. I don't think before the 12th of January. I will cut a quick release if some bug comes up that's like a big issue, but nothing in the milestone so far has been the get a release out right away. And actually, let me double check because I didn't hear back. Normally, the owner of the library will message me when yeah, he forgot to update the pat. So I actually can't even publish NuGet packages right now. So that's a problem. So he said he was going to do it last Wednesday. It's, or I guess Wednesday would be yesterday. So see how that goes. Okay. Let's see. Done. Close that. Go back there. And sorry, I'm just checking one thing to make sure. Oh, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. But I am ready now. Bum. Make me scroll you. Making me scroll. See. Boom. There we go. Oh, thank you, Izzy. I appreciate it. You were quicker on the draw than I was. Okay, so I need to follow up on that. But there was a couple issues down here that Corvin's found on this. But the basic idea, and there was some testing about, what happens if you have a mouse where the scroll wheel can be tilted side to side to be able to go through and do some kind of horizontal scrolling, which is great. And in my testing, it works the same as if you were to click on the little arrows on a scroll bar. Like normally those arrows are hidden, and like we intentionally hide them on the scroll viewer for the tabs. But in this case, when you use it sideways, it does let you get a tab kind of perfectly on that kind of horizon line, because that's the idea is when you tap on a tab, we want the selected tab to move in plus the extra space on the edge. So there is that. And then I left a couple of UI tests that don't currently assert anything there. Feel free to have a stab at them if you wish. If not, I'll get around to it eventually. And this is where I was like, you know what? It would be really cool if building out these UI tests wasn't a pain in the butt. So that's the goal. Is I kind of want to do it on this PR to help Nikolai, and part of me is like I kind of want to do this because I think it'd be fun too. So there is a bit of that, and there's let's see here. Won't that name be a little too generic? Tab header padding. I might have to go back in and look at this because I thought these were on the too generic. Yeah, I don't think I was intending this to be on the attached property, but on the nested class. So maybe we'll pull it. Let's train our binary overlords. Judgment Day is coming. Well, so here's the scary part is I want the MCP on my XAMLTest library, which means I'm going to give Copilot control of my keyboard and mouse. So just to be clear, if the stream suddenly ends, it means Copilot has done something very, very bad. And hopefully that doesn't happen. Let's see. There's that. That's fine. Unload it to avoid a potential handle link. Yeah, this is a good comment there as well. Selected tab is not always. Oh, this is nice. So let's see. Oh, interesting. So using the arrow keys can get you into a fun situation. Same thing could happen with quick mouse clips, but I fix that. Got it. Okay. And then bring these things here. Problem with focusable content. Yeah, so those are perfect. Okay, so those are well documented. Yeah, or it could turn on some wacky backgrounds and start going through family photos, etc. It could. It absolutely could. I mean, I already kind of have some fun backgrounds, so I guess I could. So hang on, I can do this. It is Christmas time. We can turn on the Christmas background. There we go. So, for anybody wondering, yes, that is a zoomed in picture of my Christmas tree. My wife is an expert decorator and does a wonderful job. And yes, I do have a programmer ornament sitting there. So, yeah, there we go. See? We'll see if Copilot does anything fancy. Okay, so XAMLTest here, because this was the other one. And I am curious why some of these things are failing. But I suspect they're failing due to part of the issue of not being able to go to net 10 yet. Yeah, so we may just need to clean some of these up. But regardless, here's the game plan. So for anybody who wants to follow along at home, these are the directions. These are not hard directions. Microsoft has made this stupid simple to make MCP servers. So, but before we dive in, I mean, I made content, so we're going to use it. Okay, so what is an MCP server? And I apologize if anybody watched Ben Michaelis's talk because I blatantly stole some of his content. So here's how MCP works, right? You've got a host and you've got an MCP server. And the host in this case, think of this as your Visual Studio, your VS Code, etc., right? That's all this is, right? The MCP server, even though it has the name server, it doesn't have to be remote. Just like when we run our servers for like ASP.NET, we can run them locally. An MCP server, in a lot of cases, can just be a little console application, right? And that's where it leads into kind of the next, right? Of what is the transport that we're going to communicate between our host and our server with, right? Yeah, running Docker is very viable as well, right? Because that top line, standard I/O, right? This is just your console in, console out based stuff, right? Those are just streams of data that can flow back and forth. And so as long as the data flowing over those pipes conforms to the MCP protocol, we're good, right? HTTP, this is for your remote server stuff. There's also server-side events. I think HTTP and standard I/O are quickly becoming the common ones that everybody uses, but it doesn't even preclude you from doing something custom, right? So if people want to get really fancy, we can go that route as well. But I think the top two are where most things lie, right? And this is the idea where if you're running it local, let's see, related aside, or WCF. Yeah, you could do WCF. I don't know that I would encourage it, but there's nothing, I'll put it this way, there's nothing in the spec stopping you. But I think that's one of those, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Let's see, related aside, Claude just released built-in MCP for Chrome via the Claude extension today. I'm using it right now. It's fantastic. Ooh, that is cool. Yeah, so I specifically, I love running GitHub Copilot, partially because I'm a Microsoft MVP and they give me a license, which is awesome. But I do typically run the Claude models for almost all development-related tasks because the Claude models, in my opinion, are awesome for development. I will switch around a little bit. I might play with some of the GPT ones if I'm doing more documentation stuff, or if I just want a really cheap model because what I'm doing doesn't require smarts, I'll definitely drop down for those. But if I'm doing development related stuff, you're gonna see me favor my Sonnet stuff a lot. Yeah, I will use GPT as you sure about that? Double check. Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes playing the models off of each other is a good way to double check it. But for the MCP communication stuff, right, we can run the local one, do standard I/O, but again, we can run local against an HTTP as well, or the remote MCP server, which is where you get the GitHub MCP server. And it's important to note how new this stuff is, right? This MCP stuff, it just passed its first birthday. This is young. And there was kind of some competition in the AI space about who's going to win on the protocol side of the fence. And it seems like MCP is clearly the front runner. There is also agent to agent, but those are kind of two different things, right? Those are, how do I have one AI agent talk to another? Whereas this is more, how do I have an AI agent communicate with a tool? So depending on what you're doing, they can be similar, but they are kind of solving two distinct set of problems that you have there. So we've got remote servers, local servers, each protocol. But then the thing behind the scenes that's important to note, because these are just running applications that are there, once the MCP call comes in and the tool gets invoked, you just write your own code. So what you do with your own code is up to you, right? You could go to a local data source. You could then make a call out to a cloud API. You could do any of those things, right? The first version of the GitHub MCP server started as a local app that you would run, and it communicated out to the GitHub APIs out there. There's nothing stopping these green boxes from being other MCP servers or other AI related things. You can just go against all kinds of stuff. Get a local server to check itself against a remote server. You absolutely, could. Again, just because you can doesn't mean you should, but you absolutely could do this. Obviously, the remote server is kind of, unless you have set up some proxy or something, it's not coming back in for local data. But again, because we have this capability, your MCP server could easily do this. This is also why, because a lot of MCPs are being distributed either via NPM or NuGet, if you're looking at an MCP trying to decide if you should use it or not, you evaluate it the same way you would any third-party NuGet package or any third-party NPM, right? They have the same kind of capabilities. There's different kind of attack vectors with prompts coming in or otherwise, but it's still the same idea, is you are grabbing somebody's third-party code that is going to run and do things, and the stuff that you feed into it could be your own code. So if you are running this, looking at you, Izzy, in a highly secured environment, most enterprises are going to either have at least like a whitelist of MCPs, or they may ban them outright or otherwise, because they are a way of exfilling data if somebody goes nefarious, or if the MCP is just written poorly, it could exfil data because of a nefarious prompt that gets sent into it. So even if the MCP itself isn't an attack vector, if it's vulnerable to an attack, it could become the vehicle for it, right? The last thing that's worth calling out is, again, our host application. In our case, today is going to be either VS Code or Visual Studio. I like to bounce between them both. But there is technically an MCP client application or that gets started that's doing the communication. This matters specifically for when you are building MCPs. Understanding that there's a separate client being started that does this communication is quite important when you're like building and testing, and you want to understand who's locking the output files in my bin directory, for example, in .NET, right? There is a client there, and you kind of have to kill the client to say, hey, let go of my bin directory so I can recompile with these changes, right? Not a big deal, but it's worth knowing that this is the actual structure under the hood. It's not VS Code just, reaching straight over to the MCP. It's actually host going into the client that's then ending up making the call, right? So there we have there. If anybody is interested, this is my short list of no problem for me. Just use NuGet via USB drive and no internet in my dev environment. I mean, that will guarantee some amount of functionality. As long as the MCP doesn't try to go remote, you're totally fine, right? If you are using MCP servers in your environment, these are the ones that I kind of consider the minimum for C#.NET engineers, right? Microsoft Learn, Context 7 is great for up-to-date information on either third-party or open source projects, because Context 7, for people unaware, they kind of built the first popular RAG system for open source stuff, where people just submit repositories and projects, and they check it on a somewhat continuous basis, so they're usually never very far out of date. Oftentimes within hours they are up to date, which is awesome. But even if the library doesn't write like migration docs or have good docs written, they rip through the code and use the code as the source of truth to generate information about the library. So they can often get a pretty good picture of what a migration might need to look like just from doing that itself. So especially if the library has a good testing suite or otherwise, like there's a lot there that it can pull from, and it is great. They do have a paid tier, and it used to be completely anonymous. Now they do make you sign up for an account, get an API key, etc. Still free to use, and the free tier is got some limits on it. But overall, awesome service, 100% support them. The NuGet MCP server in particular, this one is funny. It comes pre-installed on VS 2026, but doesn't exist out on GitHub's own MCP registry yet. I think they're trying to figure it out because it does a lot of Windowsy specific stuff. You can install it into VS Code. Just be aware you may. I have heard mixed reports of using it outside of Windows, and that kind of thing. I wonder if I could use my Azure DevOps MCP to create release notes based on Word templates and content in boards and Git repos. Oh, that's an interesting one, Izzy. I have not tried it on a Word template, but I would not be shocked to find that you could get something working. One of the things that's important to note is oftentimes I will two-step the process. Like, rather than say, hey, generate my release notes based upon this Word template, I will sometimes tell it to take the Word template, generate a markdown from it, and then gen my release notes from that. Because markdown is very quickly becoming the language of AI, for lack of better words, because it's just structured enough to be useful, but loose enough to where you can kind of do what you want with it, right? And so it does, like, I absolutely use Copilot. I was on a call with my team earlier today, and we had found a bug in a release we were getting ready to go to production. And I asked the project manager, I'm like, hey, have you filed the bug for this, or do you want me to do it? And she's like, oh, I haven't filed it yet. You go ahead and do it. And I literally popped my terminal, typed in Copilot prompt, create me a bug based upon my current working directory changes, enter, send, which was awesome. It was like, that is by far the laziest way to do it. And then I had to go edit it because unfortunately the description of the bug was hyper specific to my working directory changes and had no concept of what the actual bug that we were fixing was. But it was still funny and cool. Yeah, company has a brand for all documents. I have not won the argument of Markdown yet. Yeah, but I suspect you might be able to get those release notes because they do have the M365 Copilot that can do a lot of Office documents, and it would not shock me at all if it was somewhat easily possible to build out some of that yourself. Because creating open Office spec documents is a kind of a well-known-ish format, but it probably would not be difficult to do. Yeah, which would be kind of cool. Let's see. So yeah, Azure DevOps, GitHub, depending on where you have your stuff hosted. I will say the DevOps MCP, it's great for what's there. It doesn't cover all aspects of DevOps yet. It's got most operations that involve work items and repositories. But if you're looking for things like the wiki or the dashboard or test plans or any of that stuff, those things are not there yet, right? DevOps, they were just trying to get out the basic one, and repos and work items were the obvious hot path. Pipelines are an obvious follow-up that I would expect them to start adding in as well. So just know it's there, it works, but it doesn't cover the breadth of what DevOps offers yet, right? GitHub's is out there. I think the GitHub one is fairly complete in most things for what you can do. Again, most of it's focused around releases, issues, projects, repos, etc. And then Playwright, and this is the one that I want to model, the one I want to build tonight on. So Playwright is UI testing for web stuff, right? Great. And they have put out some really cool agents that can gen UI tests. And in typical Playwright fashion, they started with their TypeScript ones because that's where Playwright started. It started in there and then came to .NET, which is great. And I was like, oh, it's so close. I want the .NET one. And you can have it gen the .NET stuff, but the tooling and the custom agent stuff that they've built currently is not .NET. Again, currently, this is an arms race of people doing all kinds of stuff. But because they've built some really cool stuff, I kind of want to model after it and see where it goes. And then the last one is Azure, if you're hosting there, because frankly, it is so much nicer to have Copilot like track down issues, pull information out of Azure's APIs, because their APIs kind of suck to work with myself. I can't remember all the commands. I don't remember the CLI. It's got them memorized. It rocks and rolls. So there's those ones. So there's the primer on MCP. So that's what it is. I want to build something similar to the Playwright one, but only for my XAML library. That's the game plan. So we're going to go here, and I've gone through these docs now 2 or 3 times because I started building an MCP for interacting with Microsoft Teams, because the one that's out there for Graph it was okay, but it didn't have the tools exactly that I wanted. And so I started building one. And then I was like, shoot, this is easy. Let's do some more. So we're going to start here, right? So we're going to grab this. I'm going to grab me a terminal. Okay. Grab terminal. We're going to install this because they've got a .NET template out there, which is great. Huzzah. Right? So, and you'll note they've got an AI chat web app template if you want to see that, which is web, Blazor, Aspire, all the things. Great, great, great. In this case, they've got a local MCP server. So bear in mind, this is going to be that local use case from above, right? We're going to do standard IO back and forth on this. If you end up wanting to do a remote one, it's very similar setup, except for rather than a console app, you go ASP.NET Core. There's some different extension methods to call, but it's the ASP.NET Core wrapper. It basically gives you like your OAuth stuff for authentication, that kind of thing. Because if you're hosting a web-based one, you probably want it authenticated. Probably, like, it doesn't have to be, but I think most of the use cases I can come up with a web-based HTTP MCP server, I want authenticated. So, there's that. Okay, so then .NET new MCP server. So I'm going to start with XAMLTest, right? And I'm going to go in here and I'm going to go mkdir XAMLTest MCP, I think is what I want to do, right? So we're going to make a new thingy here, and then we will run our .NET. Oh, now I want this command. Now I want my .NET new thingy, my bobber. So now we come in here. Now we do this. Do the thing. Generated the thing. Let me see. Did it just generate a project? Okay. So it has README tools, MCP, did all the needful. Great. Okay. So now, where's my XAML test? Too many tabs, not enough. I don't need you open anymore. I don't have it open. So let me go grab that real quick. Actually, it's probably in my MDIX collection. There we are. Go there. And I was on a branch. So generator tests. Let's do, I'm just going to commit these real quick. And then we are going to, because that's why some of the other ones I think are failing are this PR. I haven't actually gotten this one done. Okay, so we're going to jump back over here. Yeah, jump. And then we're going to pop. And then we're going to make a new branch. We'll call it MCP. Great. Okay, now we're cooking with fire. Okay, so open our fun time. And you'll note the template does add this guy in here. And I think on the README, if I remember right, yeah, it shows you how to add in the server. So let's go here. And then we're gonna need to add this to the solution to make it go. And then we probably are gonna have some fun times getting this thing set up properly. But we will let's see. Existing project. Let's get it added. That's the wrong directory. XAMLTest. XAMLTest MCP. Okay. So what did it give us? Let's just, so the template does come with a README with a bunch of directions in it. In typical fashion, we're going to skip reading that for the moment. So this is just a console app, right? It's using top-level statements. There's a generic host here. They wire up some logging. But really, this is just calling a couple magical extension methods. Add MCP server, i.e. speak the MCP server stuff. Our transport protocol, we're going to do standard IO. There's a HTTP one. And then we can do with tools. Okay, well, what are the tools? In this case, it's a random number tools. And this is how hard it is to build an MCP tool. It's just a function. The function needs to be decorated with this attribute. And then you really should specify some descriptions, because this is how the AI is going to know when to invoke your tool. So you want to give it a useful description that indicates when this should actually get invoked. Same thing with your parameters, because the AI will see the name of the parameter and the type, and that's about it. And so if you don't give it some extra help, it's going to struggle a little bit. Now, this guy is fighting me a little bit because he has... we have centralized package management turned on here, and this is not adhering to the rules. We are going to fix that here real quick. It also is net 10 and has some extra stuff in here. So, hey, Copilot, let's have some fun. Let's AI overlords do the thing for me. Okay. No, new chat. Update the MCP project to use centralized package management. There we go. Okay, we're gonna let it think about its life. Okay, so the important thing to note is MCP servers can be distributed via NuGet, and there is a special package type for MCP servers that are out there, just like how like Global Tools, they added a special package type for .NET tools that are distributed via NuGet. We have added a special one for MCP server. So if you want a quick and easy way to distribute this, just note that that does mean that your distribution mechanism is push out to NuGet, and then consumers have to then obviously rev that package in order to get it. But it does make for a quick and easy deployment mechanism. You'll note now we're actually in a better state. It's verifying the build. Great. Check the changes real quick. It added these in. Of course, it didn't put them in the item group that I wanted them in, and then it dropped the versions there. So we'll keep it for now, but you moron. So let's see. I also do find it's very important that you insult the AI at every step where it does it wrong so that it remembers its place. If I can spell correctly. Because I could have prompted it into doing that, but something's just quicker not. Okay, and then I just want to check because I have a props file here, and I think we can dial this up to 14 even with, let me just check. I think we can. Was that a royal we, not just a Kevin said to do it, so jump to it? Yes, I think probably. Let's see. So nullable enable is already covered there. Implicit usings, I believe, are already. Oh, implicit usings aren't in here. Why do I not have implicit usings up at my? I don't know why I don't have implicit usings turned on up here. So we're gonna fix that. Turn those on everywhere. Let's see. The rest of these I think are fairly specific to this package. So we're gonna leave, I think, the rest of them here. And then let's make sure we're still in a happy compiling state. And then we should be able to go and test doing this. Because secretly what I want to do is on this README. So, and this is why I was commenting on needing to understand that MCP is a... Okay. I might not be able to crank the Lang version. What's your problem here? Path does not exist in current. What? What? I'm confused that I turned on implicit usings at the props level and that broke it? Let's see here. I am surprised that turning on implicit usings broke that, because I don't have. Interesting. Okay, well, that concerns me a little bit. Oh, is it because I have, it's probably because I have this down here. So I don't need implicit usings because I've covered that's why I had them off. Okay. Because those are covered there. So let me undo those changes that I did. Okay, because I have my own set of global usings specified. Here it requires explicit info. Yes, yes. There was somebody I was training on Tuesday that used the description, slightly older individual, but he was commenting back when he was at university how his professor had asked, if somebody could give a definition of a computer. And, you know, people threw out all kinds of answers to him, and he finally told them, like, he's like, no, a computer is just the fastest moving idiot. And AI is just the most perfect example of that. It is a very incredibly fast moving idiot. So that'll clear that up. Okay, so we're gonna try to avoid touching anything inside the main XAMLTest package. We may, I think we'll be okay. I don't know if it's, yeah, because I'm not tying my version down, so I should be able to compile this sucker. And since I'm not revving to net 10, I shouldn't get bit by the issue that was there. Okay. Okay, so this one does have net 10 here. If I go to publish this on the pipeline, I will probably have to set my install SDK to have that. Okay, so we've got this, we've got this, we've got random number tools. This guy's now building. Okay, step one, let's make sure we can actually leverage this. So what I would like to do, and close that down, is I would like to open up the material design project. Because again, the end goal is to do this on Nikolai's PR. So we're gonna, this is the goal, right? Is I would like to have this just work. That's the secret plan. So, sure, fine. Are owned by someone other than the current user. What? Manage unsafe repositories. Oh, that is a work tree I made for somebody else's PR that I was reviewing. Let me go over here, and I can blow away, remove this work tree. There, that will take care of that. And then this is the home work tree, and it's just named after Nikolai's branch. Great. Okay, so what I would like to do is I need to add the MCP in here, and we don't actually have it. So inside of VS Code, you go, well, here, I'll show you VS first, and then we'll show the other one. So inside of Visual Studio, what you are looking for is these little tooly icons, right? So you click the tool, and you can see we've got like NuGet, Microsoft Learn, and GitHub Copilot tools. The built-in stuff is all there, right? So NuGet is built in inside of VS 2026. But the plus button here, right, gives us in as a way of doing this. And you'll note we've got two places where we can store MCP servers, at a global level and at a solution level. Here is the really, really frustrating part. I want you to pay attention to the name of these files, right? These are .mcp.json. Right? If we go and look at what VS Code wants when we do the same thing, right? So we click the little tool icon down here, right? And then chat button was what your arrow pointed to. Oh, got it. Yeah. So if I zoom this guy in, I'll try to get it up higher, right? So this is the button we are looking for, the little double E wrench. That's at least what it is in Visual Studio. The VS Code, it's a screwdriver and a wrench, I guess is the way to describe. I don't know. But if we go through in here, you can see I've got a bunch of tools installed already. Like I've got the Get Crackin' MCP. But if I look at the gear here, you can see that this guy is here because I grabbed it from GitLens. GitLens has the MCP bundled in, so I haven't actually like spanner icon. Got it. Thank you, Izzy. I believe that is the correct term. But VS Code, because you have all these extensions and otherwise that can bundle in MCPs, I've got stuff that I'm picking up from a variety of sources. I've got a decompiler MCP. I've got my Context 7. And if I look at these ones, these guys are coming in because I installed a VS Code extension. There are a couple of them, I think, yeah, configure global encode. So there's some that I do have these ones here, but you'll note up here, you know that user folder? MCP JSON. The JSON files that VS Code and Visual Studio use are different files. This is incredibly annoying. I suspect at some point, Microsoft is going to fix this and get them all at even if they don't, if they have different defaults, I suspect they will get around to getting both of them using a common file at some point. So right now, the unfortunate truth is you have to set this up twice depending on whether you're in VS Code or Visual Studio. If you're using something like Claude Code or otherwise, I think they also have their own file for this same configuration. Again, very, very annoying. And the reason I think that, I can show you. As you can tell, I don't run it a lot. GitHub.com/MCP. Right? So this guy here is, Kevin says so. Come on, Microsoft. Yeah, if only that's how it worked. So, Izzy, this one actually might be interesting to you. There's this MCP server here that you'll note has a shocking idea to it. So again, you might be able to get the AI to do what you want in 2 steps, right? And prompt it into there. So there's plenty of ways to get around doing it. This is just a GitHub curated list of MCPs. There's a lot more out there. You will find tons of them, but these are like GitHub's curated, trusted third parties, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if you are interested in any of them, there are plenty. Again, I have my short list of things that I like. But the reason I say that everybody has their own is you come down on something like this and you'll see how everyone has this, right? Of how to go through and configure the installation. Because you'll note Cursor wants it in .cursor.mcp.json. Great. That there is yet another one. Windsurf, right? They don't call out the file path. I remember clicking through a bunch of these at one point. Augment code. They want to install it via an MPX. So there's all kinds of ones. So Izzy, scroll just right above you in the chat. GitHub.com/MCP is the path you're looking for. So again, GitHub curated list of MCP servers, a lot more out there, but if you want a reasonably good kind of safe curated list to go from, that's a pretty good starting place, right? If there is some specific third party that you're using, it is worth checking to see if they've added an MCP server support. I've been contemplating where I might want to plug one in on like Velopack Flow, because it might be nice to just tell Copilot, hey, publish my app for me. I don't want to think real hard. That's a thing it can do. So, okay. But what I want to do here, so I'm going to play, just for sanity's sake, I'm going to play in VS Code inside of the material design repository, attempting to write the UI test for Nikolai's PR. That's the thought here. That's where we're going. And that's what I'd like to see happen. So again, I don't know if this is going to work, but I want it to work, and therefore it should. So I just want to look at, okay, so tab control tests is where we've got the stuff down here, right? So this is, let's see, I wonder if they're available on Docker Hub. A lot of MCPs can run, or you will see deployments out on Docker Hub. You will find that a lot of MCPs have they're just, let's see, they're just deployed either with NPX or DNX, so NPM versus NuGet. Where is one that does it? I believe Playwright's an NPX one. Yeah, so Playwright's distributed via there. So it actually would not be terribly difficult to grab and have a base image with all of this in here. With that said, I feel like I have seen a handful of these where they actually document the Docker setup of how to be able to go through and run each of these. Because at the end of the day, if you have an image that can run an NPX command, that's all you need, right? So building that image is probably not terribly difficult. The only thing that gets interesting is making sure that you can wire up the communication between the clients. Oh, there it is. There's the Docker. Yeah. So, for example, Playwright, Docker only supports headless Chromium at the moment. What a shock. You're inside a Docker container. But yeah, so like the Playwright one does show setting it up, but it will be a little bit dependent upon what the MCP server supports, because you're going to end up trying to figure out how to get that into the right state to have it work. But I mean, if you've got something that runs remote over HTTP, I don't see any reason why you couldn't just shove that into a Docker image, host the HTTP port, and then wire up to that. Right? That it should work. Haven't tested it on any of them, but it strikes me as something that could easily be done. Okay, so I want to go here, and I am going to create a. We've already got GitHub, so I just want to confirm. Where did it say well, I guess what we do is we do this, right? So we go. So to add a new MCP server in VS Code, you're looking for the little MCP logo, which GitHub describes as a plug. I don't really see it. Like if you cock your head funny, you can see the M, the C, and the P all in the logo. Like that's the idea there. And so in this case, we're going to do a standard IO command, and we're going to call this one XAMLTest. And then in this case, it is going to be .NET run project, and I'm just going to put foo in for a moment because I'll come back here later, and then we are going to install it into our workspace. Okay, so there we go. So it made us the VS Code folder. It put it in. It promptly dropped the args. That's not even close to, maybe I was reading. Oh, I put the things in the wrong spot. That's what happened. I got the name and the command backwards. So I'm going to go here. X. Let's see. We're going to paste in that. And this is going to be .NET. And this is going to be, now we do run project, all the things. But in my case, I don't want it there. Right? So if we look at our README of what they gave us to do here, right? So this is literally, to start this MCP server, it's just going to do a .NET run command, and then we're going to point it at our project. And so what I want to do is I want to grab this MCP server's path, and I believe if I do this, I can go copy full path, and then we're just going to paste that in here. Obviously, this isn't going to scale out nicely to anybody else. We gotta escape the things for reasons. There we go. Start searching for Linux driver, Yocto, and CMake MCP Docker images. Yeah, like this is the part where things start to get really interesting really fast. Okay, so we're gonna go down to ye dumb model. So on GitHub Copilot, for those people who aren't familiar with it, right, the pricing model is in premium requests per month, right? And a premium request roughly translates to, did I kick the AI in gear to go do something? That usually consumes a premium request. But it's a premium request times the model multiplier, right? So it could be 1x, it could be a third, it could be 3x. Depends, right? Depending on which one you are looking at using, right? And so obviously Microsoft loves their GPT ones. I still absolutely love my Claude models. I like Opus. I really like Opus. I don't know if I like Opus 3x more than Sonnet 4.5. So it's like I like Opus. I think Opus is better. But is it 3x better? I don't know. So my default setting right now is Claude Sonnet 4.5 until it struggles, and then I kick Opus on. That's currently my game plan, because it's like I don't know if I actually think it's 3x better. But when we want to be cheap, we come up here and we grab the cheap GPT 4.1 or 4.0 models. The other thing you can do is you can set it to auto. Auto has, hey, welcome, fellow coder. The problem with auto is that occasionally it doesn't understand the model's capabilities and sometimes picks a bad model. Specifically, I run into this problem because some models will accept what they call multimodal input, meaning text, images, etc. You can feed it different modalities. And auto sometimes doesn't understand that and picks models that can't handle the input. It's like, I hate that. So I use auto when I don't care, but in this case, we're going to go cheap. And we're going to turn this, I want you off of here. Auto usually uses Sonnet 4.5 for me. Yeah, in a lot of cases, auto does jump up there to be able to get that in. And yeah, sometimes you just need to be able to paste a screenshot. So if I care about the quality of the work, I'm picking a Claude model. That's my general operating procedure. And I think a lot of people have different guidance around how they use AI. And I don't know that anybody's wrong yet. I think there's a lot of subjectivity in it. And because these things are inherently non-deterministic, like you start to just get a feel for it over time to see, yeah, this generally gets me where I want. Because sometimes it's like, maybe the prompt isn't very good. Well, yeah, that is definitely a possibility. My font size is tiny in here. Let's bump VS up a little bit. Hey, thank you for the follow. Kodakula? Hopefully I'm not butchering that too bad. Yeah, there's no wrong or right, but there are definitely trends leading us to a specific way. Absolutely. The one thing I'm going to point out too, a very common pattern that seems to get very good results is starting with the agent, making a plan, and iterating on that plan until you're happy with the end, with what's being described, and then executing on the plan. As a general way of getting stuff done, that tends to work fairly well, especially if you're doing something bigger, right? If you're doing, oh, thank you for the sub. If you're doing something small and isolated, it does, usually you can kind of do the one-shot prompt and go type situation. That's fine, right? But anything bigger or complicated, doing that kind of plan and then execute on the plan, so much so VS Code has actually built in this plan mode. And the plan mode isn't that special. Like what Future Kevin says is right, everything else is wrong. Thank you, Izzy. I appreciate that. The plan mode is basically just kind of walks you through doing that, right? You can get the same kind of results starting in ask mode, kind of iterating, going through and doing it, flipping over to agent, and then depending on your geek level, I currently like make it so as the way of telling it to just rock and roll, right? But yeah, and then, yeah, the custom plan mode though, yes, these custom agents, incredibly powerful. If people are interested, let me know, because I just did a whole bunch of Copilot training for a client earlier this week. And so I have tons of material on this. The nice part is I have tons of material that's current as of last week. The problem is if I wait like 6 months, I guarantee you the material is going to be vastly out of date. It's going to be great. That's the other drawback, is all of this AI material is usually good for maybe a month or two, and then enough changes to where if you haven't updated your material, it's crap again. So there's that. Let's see. On that note, compaction is really difficult to deal with, but upgrade to the latest Claude model, ship compaction times from 2 minutes, 15 seconds to about 10 seconds. Nice. I will say, there are a lot of good sites out there for doing like model comparisons on specific problems, and I will check them like once every month or two and then go there. Vastly out of AI. I don't know, friend. I've been using the same AI practices for a while. Beyond the current practices are finally catching up to me. Yeah, well, I should say my material is out of date. I don't know that the principles have actually changed that much, right? Because like I think a year ago, we were helping people migrate repositories by doing the same type of planning type flow, right? Where it was like, okay, we're going to take the repo, we're going to build the plan up, we're going to iterate with the AI, and then we're going to have the AI execute on the plan. The models weren't as smart back then, and so it didn't do as much, but it like... that the premise still works. A lot of my material has like GitHub links and otherwise, and even their docs aren't up to date with all of the models that are out because things just keep releasing so quickly. Yeah, even if the process doesn't change much. Yeah, and Kodak, yeah, I completely agree. I think there is this generalized process that is fairly common across the people who are very productive with it. The other key tip that I will tell people that I think has been very good is, and again, I could probably do a whole stream on this. Maybe I should do that next week. is things like prompt files, instruction files, custom agents, all of these things where it's just markdown all the way down, right? Getting yourself productive is great. Getting your team productive is better. Like just yesterday, I went through and did a custom agent with a prompt file because we have a wiki out on Azure DevOps that we have been struggling to keep up to date. And I went and built out that custom model, and it then got everything up to date. And more importantly, it kind of documented what I had been doing myself to where the rest of the team can now do it. Let's see. I think I disagree, but I think it's also a matter of view preference. I think the tools around it are evolving a lot, which could be what you were talking about, but the LLMs in general haven't changed too much on how to use them well, which is what I'm specifically focusing. Okay. No, I think, Code, we are probably agreeing on a lot of that, because I do focus kind of heavily on the tool side of it rather than just interacting with it. In my day job, we often refer to kind of that distinction as building on AI and building with AI, because they're kind of two different things, right? Like it gets weird because one of the projects that I'm on right now is very much an AI-driven application, and so we do both, and so it goes back and forth. Yeah. Specifically speaking about context windows, compaction, etc. Yeah. And Izzy, I didn't say Christmas Day. I said potentially next week. I may try to push my stream next week onto a different day. So again, people interested, Discord link is cycling through here. There's a streaming channel in there. I will try to post if I'm moving stuff around. Let's see. I work on a Discord bot task manager for ADHD people. Oh, cool. That uses AI to determine what tasks to bring up and how to talk with them. Oh, see, Code Kila, I need to get my bot set up to actually respond to those. If you'll note, there is a pattern to my links at the bottom. See, I did DNS redirection rather than, actual bot stuff on here. I should spend more time on my Twitch stream stuff as well. I got too many side projects. I got it. Okay, cool. So I want to start here of actually see this work. Generate me a random number, right? So this should, and we're going to flip it over to agent mode, because ask, you'll note, doesn't have tools. Agent mode has tools. And we want to come down here and we want to hit update tools, so that so this is going to actually execute the command that we have here. So it's going to do a .NET run -- project pointed at the project we just built. Let's see. The build failed. Fix the build errors and try again. Let's see. What did we do wrong? Current SDK does not support targeting net 10. Either what did I do wrong? Oh, that's a dirty problem. Because I have a global.json in here dialing me down to 9, it's going to bite me. Okay. Well, you know what? Screw it. We're doing that for the moment. I should spend more time on my Twitch developer stream. True developer words. Amen. Amen. It's one of those. Yeah, I've got too many side projects. I will say AI has helped me get a lot further on a lot of my side projects because they've stopped being just conceptual ideas and actual things with code behind it. So there is that. AI has just enabled my bad habits. I should code spends 12 hours setting up an IDE. Yes. Well, so I have another bad habit where I oftentimes love to be on multiple calls at the same time. Like I will run dual Teams calls or a Zoom and a Teams call at the same time. And I unfortunately got this little knockoff brand Stream Deck, but it's got little dials on it. And once I found out that I could write my own plugins for it, the sky was the limit. And so me and Copilot, we built some plugins, so now I can dial the volume of the meetings individually up and down on those things, which again, something I probably wouldn't have invested a lot of time doing on my own, but it's now just enabled my bad habits to continue on even further. Let's see. I absolutely love AI LLMs and hate the corporations driving them. I'm a big proponent of us not needing to develop these dumb kitchen sinks models, instead focus on specialized ones. Yeah, and that there is a lot of very interesting stuff, because I do like the Hugging Face stuff. Honestly, I'm a little cheap, and so the fact that like I get subscriptions to a lot of the Microsoft and Azure stuff, I'm definitely biased in that favor. But it is definitely it is kind of driven by the fact that, you know, when you've got a free subscription, you use it. Okay, so generate me a random number. This should now show me my tool now that I have update tool. So get random number. So this is effectively, this is like underhanding the speaker an easy question that they already know the answer to. So it should invoke our tool, and then we should be able to go through and do this. So whenever you add an MCP server, at least in Copilot, you will get prompted to say, do you want to allow this? Right? And so it's telling you the inputs and the outputs, and you can allow it. And then you can also allow it in a session, in this workspace, or always allow. Now, in this case, if you do always allow something, you have to be careful what you are allowing, understanding that this is going to be always available. Given that this is me, I'm going to trust myself. My own MCP server is something I'm comfortable always allowing. Yay, my random number is 13, right? And so you can even dive in here and look and see, hey, here are the function parameters that it decided to go with. There's the output one. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, Kodakula, if you do want to, feel free to drop in the Discord, and in the general channel, feel free to plug stuff. I do like when people have cool projects that they want to show off. The only thing I watch people on is that people aren't just like repeatedly spamming, but by all means, if you got something cool to show off or looking for testers, you can absolutely post it. Okay, we have working MCP. Well, but we've got the basics going. We've got the basics going. Okay, so question one is, for doing this, I'm thinking the capabilities. I don't usually like to just talk about programming. I'll post a link to the GitHub. Cool. Yeah. No, absolutely. Like, I think sometimes developers they undersell their work more than they probably should, because people often have cool stuff, especially if it's a passion project. I find those are often a lot cooler than people give themselves credit for. So some key capabilities that XAMLTest has that I think I am looking to expose. One, it can take an arbitrary chunk of XAML and just dump it into a WPF app and run it. That is cool. I kind of want to give Copilot that capability. It has the ability of querying back elements, but the query the back of the elements usually assumes that the caller knows them. So it doesn't currently expose like a give me back the tree, but it could. It absolutely could. We may end up needing to give something of that nature, I think. It has things for input, and so mouse and keyboard, as well as screenshot capabilities, and I think I want to give those easily to it. So we are going to just abandon this random number tools. Internal class, XAML test. Let's do image tools, because I think I'm going to break these up kind of by gross level of capabilities, I think. Let's see. Once the alpha was done, I want to promote it and live off supporting it while also offering it as open source. So 100%. I think the hard part is people figuring out how to offer it open source and be able to support it. It is very, I won't say, it is somewhat contentious of how people go about doing it. There are a handful of projects that I've seen do it and appear to be succeeding. Like Jimmy, the author of like AutoMapper, has made a pivot to it recently. I mean, there were some people very unhappy about it. But yeah, there are ways of going through and doing it Yeah, to make it there. I bet people would pay to have access to my instance. I see. I agree with that sentiment. So, in the note of plugging stuff, right? So, Velopack is one that I am a founder of. So this guy is open source. So it's an installer updater framework for your thick client apps. Great. Um, but we also have a hosted service. It's not something we are advertising yet because we're still making some potentially breaking API changes on the backside. But I've been using it for building and deploying my apps. And so even though people could build their own servers and host it themselves, there's enough complexity there that we're basically making the same bet, right? It's an involved process that some people who want that level of control will just do it anyway, right? And so we're like, man, we're not going to stand in your way. Have at it. But there will be plenty of people that pay for that convenience. And so, I mean, I think that business model is sound enough that I've bet on the same kind of design. So, yeah, and fine-tuned models and your models won't be open source. Yeah, and I think those types of things work great, right? Like I think that's not too unlike how some of the AI systems now are being done, where you can do your own if you want, but you're then bringing your own key and cheap models. But the specialized fine-tuned ones are behind a hosted service, and you pay for access to it. Okay. So let's see. Maybe we should start with something different. We should start with start app. XAMLTest. I guess we can just do app tools, right? I don't think we need all of these. I think the issue right now with local models is it's near impossible to get around hallucinations. I think that is true only because of the power people have locally. I think I got to be careful because there's a handful of people that join this stream quite a bit that have shared their local setup, and it's darn near a mini data center. They are insane, and I'm jealous, and it's awesome. I do not have the power to run anything significant of size, but I think like you aren't wrong, Acid Rain. You do need a significant amount of juice if you're going to run a reasonably good chat GPT levels from inference from their local setup. Yeah, and I think that's the problem is local setup, you really need some juice to make it go. Yeah. Yeah, so trying to put tools that work well in folks' hands is hard. No, completely agree. And that I think is why so many of the AI, like the hosted models, are there. And then the other one that people are struggling with is proper billing of AI services. It's hard because it's so variable on usage. It is difficult to price it well. Like Copilot, that's why they came up with this premium request idea, because it's kind of arbitrary how many tokens are going to get and how much AI juice is going to get consumed. It's random, right? And so I don't doubt Copilot did a lot of heuristics to try to figure out where can we price this and be fairly confident we're not going to shoot ourselves in the foot and lose too much money, because I suspect they tried to price it as cheap as they could given the competition. Like right now, everybody wants to corner the market. So I think there was probably an idea of let's just not lose money, and then and then go from there, right? Like, because if we can get vendor lock-in, that's the goal at the moment. Is we need to win the popularity war, and just not lose out on anything yet, and then deal with that later. And be there. Hasten, harmless binding error that shows up in nested tab control, very annoying. Hasten, if you want to throw a small example of what it takes to reproduce, let me know and I can take a look at the binding error. It may be a legitimate issue in our tab control. We don't do a lot of nested tab controls, but the one use case where does crop up is when you use like the navigation bar on the side and then have like a tab control there. Oh, look at that. Let's see. Are you using semantic kernel for my day job inside where we are building on top? We do leverage semantic kernel. Yes. Let's see. Make a project called Doom AI gaming buddy. You can talk to, he'll talk back. Train him on games by shaking wiki sites and stuff, and still use context word inference. And he hallucinated weapons from games that didn't exist, despite being told to do a vector search. Ah. That is interesting. I assume you're familiar with like the RAG pattern and similar. Okay. Master placement. I mean, I said you've basically handed me a gorgeous situation. So, let's see. Open with Kraken. Should probably just tick this box and say always. Let's see. Clone from URL. Sure, that looks good. Let's take a quick gander and see. Let's take a quick gander, because I will say there is a real chance that this is a legit. Well, I guess in your case, this isn't even using my library, is it? That was just a standard. That is, oh, so this isn't even related to material design. This is just straight WPF. Okay, so that'll be. Let's see. My next project is a game engine for Discord and Twitch that uses AI like that, and only relying on the AI to narrate calls tools, we can have a better experience. So you can revert the AI actions if it makes mistakes. Yeah, and I secretly have a side project trying to do something for like running my board gaming stuff, because I have a similar desire. But it is kind of, in that case, it's kind of coded to me because reasons. Let's see, if I create tab items manually or remove the selected item binding near the inner tab control, the error goes away. Okay, so let's fire this guy up and then we'll go take a look at what you've got. We'll start at the top, main window. We'll work our way down. There's that. So let's see, main window has a tab control with so a data template with a parent tab view and a tab control, tab view models. Okay. And let's see, view model, very simplistic, has a list in there. Parent tab view model, A, B, C. Okay, where's my output window? I need to see. Okay. So let's see. Relative source, tab control, ancestor level 1, tab strip placement. Target element is tab item. Okay, so let's go. That guy goes there, and then tab control, display member, item source, selected item. See, yeah, my desire was to be able to play D&D with my girlfriend. Well, I got it working in ChatGPT with custom GPT. It doesn't work well in Discord. Yeah, that I am not surprised at. There's been a handful of people I've seen do, like, D&D is one that there's actually going to be competition, because I've seen several people start building them. Now everybody's obviously charging for them because they consume tokens and whatnot. But I have this weird desire to build something that basically build it and release it open source, but like, you have to plug in your own keys and whatnot. That way it's like, go have fun. Because I'm mostly building mine for me. If it makes me happy, all of my users that I care about are happy. Wow, I see why this one was baffling you for a little bit. Because this is find ancestor, tab control, ancestor level, target elements, tab item. So one of the tab items is pointed in for its tab strip placement. The target property is no target of type object. So it's got to be the issue where tab controls are unloading. It's not there. So let me, okay, reproduction steps. Let's just get this exactly right. Okay, so what's really surprising me is that there's 4 of them. It's surprising me that they come in groups of 4, which leads me to strongly believe that it's these 4 that are there. Let's see. Yeah, I'm building the tools I want to play with, exactly. Sesame AI, go have a chat with it and be absolutely blown away. Acid Rain, yeah, I'll go take a look at it. Like there's been so many out there, it's been interesting. Yeah, releasing everything as open source. And I do the same thing. It's one of those, part of me feels like, oh, you know what? It'd be cool. Like I found out some software that I helped build at one point. The company I built it for sold it for millions of dollars. I was like, dang nabbit. Dang nabbit. Now, admittedly, like they're the ones who paid for the development time and took the business risk on it. It was like, dang it. Clearly I could build stuff that's worth millions of dollars, but dang it. Because, yeah, that's what happens when you get contracted to build stuff. You get paid for what you build, and they take the risk and possibly the cash out on it. Let me grab Snoop real quick. You've got a weird one here. So, yeah, okay. Snoop this sucker and move you to the side, and let's take a gander at what's going on in here, because I suspect it's going to be these tab items here. That's my theory. And then specifically, because this is pointed at tab strip placement, that's kind of tab strip placement here. It's binding there. Tried everything fixing it, nothing works. Seems to be a WPF bug. It absolutely does seem to be a WPF bug. The fact that it's reaching up, like some of these things are default behavior, right? Like ancestor level 1. I suspect the actual code, and actually, you know what? Let's just go look real quick, because WPF is open source, so you know there's that. Let's see here. Themes, and I believe we are, I think we're in classic. I don't actually know though. Let's go, if I just search tab control here, I can probably find my way into it from that. Only 32 code references. Yeah, so there's the automation one, control template, default tab control style, presentation framework fluent. This guy here, I think, is the magical incantation. Removing selected item binding fixes it. Yeah, but the thing is, the selected item binding is just going to be taking you from unselected to the first item, in your case selected, all the way through. What I am kind of interested in seeing is where, if there is and actually maybe that's the thing to search here, is because a tab strip placement is not going to be a common thing in this repository. So I'm curious. Tab strip placement. Let's see. Show 68 more matches. So we'll grab that one there and go take a look. Because what I'm looking for is an immediate relative source binding. And we'll grab that one there. So show me your tab strip placement. Look at that. That's incredibly suspicious to me. The fact that that guy is commented out, almost like somebody found this bug. Blame. When was that line changed? Oh, this is 5 years ago. So this is okay. So maybe we don't get too attached to that one just yet. Okay, there. No. Is it just those? Tab strict placement, relative source, ancestor type tab control. Does that match what we saw? Ancestor type, tab control, element type tab item. Yeah. So what is the trigger on here? Mouse over. Those shouldn't be mattering. So it's reaching up, trying to grab the first tab control item. I bet you it's the unload. I bet you that's what it is. Here, let's test the theory. So if I go here, right, and I let's minimize this, and I go B, 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 and then click over to C. Ha 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 ha. Right, and if I go C back to B, I get 4 of them. But if I go bing, 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 and then click up, I get nothing. If I go bing, 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 click over, nothing. If I go A and I click just 2, right, and then I clear this, I suspect I should only get either 2 or 3, depending on how many I've already toggled. I got them all? Okay. Content presenter, middleman, because of data template. That, Victor, you're not far off. The thing is, the data template is going to give me a separate parent tab view instance. So I've got one tab control here with separate user controls, because these are all going to be separate child instances. And then main tab window. Yeah, so that, I don't see a problem. But my theory is that these things, these secondary tab controls exist. And because, let me restart this. I want to test that theory out. I'm guessing because you'll note content isn't instantiated until a tab is selected. It does it for performance, so it's lazily instantiated, right? And so we know if we toggle over 1, 2, if I click here, I expect to see 2 errors. None. Interesting. And if I go here, 4. Here, 4. I do that and click over. Interesting. So as soon as I move it, and maybe this is why that selected item binding is fixing it, is because it's forcing one item selected. Oh. I wonder, does tab control, because tab control derives from selector, right? But I'm wondering if it actually handles doing the selection itself. Let's see, uninitialized. Let's go. We literally have the code sitting right over here. If I look at tab control, just right here, right? Because it seems like it's the lack of those UI elements being rendered that's triggering this. But I am wondering if there is something the tab control is hijacking, which is why the selected item bind, because me clicking on a different tab immediately changes something. Selected content internal set. Ah, ha, 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 ha. That gives me a lot of caution. That whenever I see those kind of internal sets, it immediately makes me question what's going on. Change visual state. That doesn't give me any scariness. Status change, can select multiple. On apply template, update selected content. On selection changed. Actually, that's one other thing I didn't see. What is because you're doing the selection all in the constructor, at least for the children. All right, so this is set before any binding occurs. So by the time we get to here, this guy is already set all the way in. On selection changed. Framework selection properties can lag behind selection changed event. Boy, that's a heck of a switch. Let's see. Old useless behavior. And then sets the focus. But the thing is this would be done when selection change, default behavior to raise the selection event. The inputs for the event can be raised. So this event actually raises and focus fires. Sorry, just got a notification my phone's about to die. And there we go. Okay, apparently my charging cable pulled out on it. So move that so I stop kicking it with my foot. On items change, selected index, start index, find next tab item. This only occurs when you're removing an item from its bound collection. We should never be triggering that code path. Item selected, get selected tab. I am wondering, so I agree with you, Hessen, that it looks like a WPF bug. I am somewhat suspicious. I am somewhat suspicious of these calls here. Specifically this one. Because this is going to go through and do a lot of work in here. Because it gets the selected tab, gets the visual parent of the tab. I don't understand why selected content template. So I want to restart one more time. I want to try one more thing before I get too distracted. Then I'm going to circle back. So I want to look at this in Snoop and watch these selected properties before. Oh, I've already got Snoop open. Before and after selecting this. Knowing what that thing's looking for, I am suspicious. Let's see. So if I go here, right, and then I grab the tab control, and I'm going to go with selected. So those things are all set from the local source. Interesting. And so when I click here, selected content goes into there. And then if I look, gonna lurk while I go enjoy smoke. Sounds good. And if I look at this tab control here, and same thing, it's set up basically the same way though. Except for that's a local binding is the key difference. Whereas this is the Selected index has a value and it's set versus this tab control here. Local binding, default. And so then when I click, because this guy here, when I look at the individual tab, what's really interesting to me here is that of what I don't see. Maybe I don't expect it. Because from the tab control, I expect to see a root grid, right? Selected content host. And then the individual content. And I guess I do see the same thing. Root grid, content panel, selected content host, and then the individual content. In this case, a text block. Potential binding links. Found one time causing a binding leak. Oh. Is it just a binding leak problem? So the binding link here is occurring because your view models don't implement iNotify property change. And so the binding ends up having to wrap it somewhat unnecessarily. The other way you change this is you set the mode on your bindings to one time, and then it'll just read the property. But in order for it to know when the property changes or to have some semblance of it, you end up with this binding leak problem. I don't know that that's a cause of this, but it makes me suspicious. It makes me suspicious. And then freezable stuff, which those are not, get rid of those. So there's only those binding warnings. Hessen, can you try converting your view models to actually implement iNotify property change and make these things? Actually, maybe I'll just do it real quick. I'll just do it real quick. So now I'm confused, and I don't like being confused. Let's see here. So browse EVM toolkit. That guy. Oh, we've already got it included. Excellent. Wait. I've seen this before. So if I just go here and go observable object. Come on. Find it. Thank you. And then we make you. I don't know that this is going to be a full solution, but observable property. This latest. I think it's latest. Then this needs to be partial. Izzy, time to go get my Christmas outfit. It's a work party day. Shame I can't take my laptop and sit in the corner. No, go be social, like a real person. I'm gonna make this guy's binding. We're gonna fix that binding link of the name with just changing the mode. Oh, but this guy we are just using display member path. So we're gonna fix this one here by doing the same thing. If I just go partial and observable property. Oh, you probably need a setter. Here we go. And then this guy here, we're going to do the same thing. Let's see. observable property, and then we'll make you a partial. Then we'll make you derive from observable object. Bippity boppity booyah. Okay, I am curious if this makes any difference. Only because there's pizza. Will be a Christmas turkey bite tomorrow. Have a very nice Merry Christmas. You too, Izzy. You too as well. Okay, so we're going to go here, pin, clean, there, there. No dice. So did it resolve the binding leak, I guess is the question. Yeah, binding leaks are gone, but no change. Yeah, so no change there. I created parent tabs manually to fix this. It's interesting that creating them manually fixes it. I would tell you, Hessen, to open up an issue on the WPF repository, because you've got a beautiful sample here showing exactly how to recreate the problem. And then shoot me the link because I'd like to follow it. Because I agree that this looks a heck of a lot like a WPF issue. I'm a bit surprised, and I don't know. I have to believe it's going to end up being related to the timing of that selected item. And by timing, I mean the fact that we're setting this property immediately rather than later. And so something about those child tabs aren't being fully instantiated. Because clicking through them fixes the issue. So I think there must be something about that initial state of the tab control when you set that selected item that doesn't fully initialize it in the same way as clicking onto one of the tabs. Because as soon as you click onto a tab, the issue goes away. So there has to be something different about the initialization of it. Right? So if I click here, right, I've now clicked on child 3, no error. But on parent B, there we go. Okay, is it this one? Finding error for tab control. Oh boy, let's hope not, because that's disconcerting. Does this reproduce? Find ancestor. This is a different binding expression path, so I'm going to go with no. Yeah, I think this is potentially related, but the fact that this has relative bindings to this person's own app is probably why it was flagged as needs more info. Because this is also their bindings on these ones are reaching up through the tab control where they're specifying the tab items, whereas yours is just leveraging the tab control directly. So they may end up being similar root causes because they both are going to bubble up through the same visual tree past that tab control. But given how old this is and the fact that the binding expression doesn't match, I would say different issue. That would be my assessment. Yeah, I would probably file one and see what they say. I will say the WPF team is small. I think it's like 4. So it's also around holiday time. So I would not be surprised if they don't get back until January. So I'll just throw that out there. I don't know what people's schedules are. Okay. Let's see. So we want a new one here. And we're going to call this thing like start app. I am a little curious if I can do this as, I kind of want to, well, actually, you know what I want to do? I want to test something first because so much of my stuff is asynchronous. Can I get away with this? So await, task, delay. Let's make it long enough to where I can tell that it's doing something, right? Yeah, don't, Copilot, stop it. We're going to rebuild and see if I get blocked on the output. Yeah, see, this is why it's important to know about this because the server over here, stop it, locking it, and once you stop it, shockingly, it can then copy the output directory. There we go. So we will restart the server, and it should come up. And we're gonna come back here, and we're just gonna rerun from this point. Generate random number. Your random number is 23. I think that was 5-ish seconds. Let me open up my clock. I wanna just confirm that this is in fact going slow. So come here, come here. One there. Yeah, about 5-ish seconds. Okay. So we can make things async. Great. That's all I needed to confirm. Thank you. Okay. Just gonna do task for now. Start app, and we need, so in this case, the setup we're going for is we want to give ourselves a tool about run in app or run XAML snippet in app. Just trying to think of what exactly I want this to end up looking like because ultimately I want this to be, we have to do something akin to this, right? Is we need to do setting up this. Oh, I forgot to stop my timer, and so it was dinging in my ears. And then create window with like we basically want to do this. And we're gonna have to give back some sort of like app identifier. We could do a process ID or similar. But we're gonna start with something like this. And then I should be able to take my MCP and add a project reference. Add project reference to XAMLTest. And that should get me access to all the fun stuff. All right, what are you going to squawk about? Oh, because it wants Windows, and this thing is very much not. So one, we can turn off these guys. Begin with. I don't know if that will preclude it from being. What is your problem here? I'd like to see what that warning is. So let's comment this out for a minute. Return task, completed task. Just want to get you compiling first. Project is not compatible with net 10. Oh, because this guy isn't Windows. So I should be able to do that. Solve the first problem. Is not a self-contained executable. A non-self-contained, for more information, what? You can't reference a library. No. No. Copy. Give me that error. I want to go to that link. What is that error trying to tell me? XAMLTest is a non-self-contained executable. A non-self-contained executable cannot be referenced by a self-contained executable. But do I need to flag it as such? Because so this guy, so I guess the question is, where is self-contained? That to be self-contained application does not rely on a shared framework. In this case, I think we turn that off and confirm that it still works. Okay. So we've got that going. Stop the server here. Let's rebuild this, and then I want to see this thing work, because I would like to know that it I would like to see it actually go through and do this. Let's see. Oh, we got a bunch of warnings in here. Oh, probably from updating the... I think I fixed these on my other branch. That's fine. I just need to get that other branch merged. Okay, so we go back here then. Restart the server. And then we're going to just go here. Give me another random number for the moment. And that seems to be fine, and it doesn't care. Ooh, looks like there was an error. Would you like a random number generated using standard C# code? No, I would like you to shut up and tell me what the error was. Unable to copy to undefined file net. Oh, my MS Build stuff is stymieing me. So this guy here. So whenever you see this type of undefined, this is an MS Build thing where it is its way of indicating that a variable isn't there. But I have some MS Build tasks. For example, solution directory. Because what is this copying? Copy outputs after build. So let's do this. Let's just condition it for the moment. And solution dir not equal to empty string. And solution dir not equal to star undefined star. And then close tick. And we need to put these guys in ticks here and here and here. There. I think that will fix that problem. Because now it'll just skip this copy. Because I don't believe I need this copy for the MCP. I just need to reference the DLL. Yeah, I'm trying to remember why this is even in here. I know I needed this for NuGet package creation, but I don't remember why. So let's just restart then. Claims to be running. Let's execute. Initialize handler, blah, blah, blah. Did the thing, got a random number. Great. Okay, so that gets us back to there. So now I should have access to my APIs, which we do. So we can now make you async, do the needful, right? And so we will do, we're not going to do our log message. I think we're just going to do console write line here. I believe that outputs. And then we want to the XAML snippet to render in a new WPF window. String XAML snippet, and we are not going to make this optional. We are going to require it. We're going to do that. We're going to do that, and then we will initialize here, and then we will do var window. So why do you not have initialized with defaults? Where does that exist? That's probably actually something I defined in my test app. Isn't it? No, this is inside of XAMLTest. Am I just missing the using? Yep. I get away with it in my test project without the using because my test project is in the right namespace. So that gets me there. Let's see, get executing assembly.location. I don't know that I need this. Initialize with defaults because this one is going to pull in. I don't think because that would grab my MCP server DLL, and I don't think that's the one that I want. And then I'm going to do var window, create window with content, and then we're going to do XAML snippet. Because this will actually show the window and do the needful. So that should get us an actual window. Start app with XAML snippet. This is one of those cases where I'm probably gonna play around with this for a bit and find a good use. So let me do there, and then I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna stop the server so it shuts up. And then once that build completes here, great, we're gonna come back here. We are going to start, and I think we're gonna need to just update the tools on here. Tools more. Oh, it's not finding the tool because I didn't include it. So back in our program CS, the way you bring in the tools, you can either do with tools here like this, or you can do with tools from assembly. Right? And so it just kind of uses reflection to rip through and find everything that's decorated appropriately. Because I believe it calls out, it is looking for, yeah, specified assembly or the calling assembly if one is provided for classes marked with the MCP tool attribute, and then discovers methods in there marked with the tool attribute and registers them in the service collection. So rips through all of those, should find, oh, but it wanted it said with classes with it. Or classes marked with MCP Server tool type. Got it. So I got to just decorate this MCP Server tool type there. We'll do the same thing up here, right? And then I may go back to just explicitly registering it because and maybe it's a bad assumption, but I suspect it's using reflection to do it. Oh, I just tried to F5 it, and that's not going to work. Oh, could not copy. Stop the server. Could complete the build. Great. And in fact, I shouldn't need to worry about the build because the only reason it's trying to compile, like this will, the .NET run will try to compile if necessary. If you do the -- no build, it will go through and do it. Let's see. In YouTube video. Uh-oh. What am I about to run into, Hessen? Oh boy. Uh-oh, I recognize this guy. I recognize this guy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I have a feeling there's going to be a question of let's see. Let's see. I found 2 of your videos where you are teaching custom controls. Are there any more that I missed? The only other ones that are worth, if you are interested in custom control building, there's a deep list. If you look for the multi-select tree view videos, I can grab them for you. Yeah, so there are, if you just search for tree view on mine, there's there's like 5 parts of these. So this is building out my multi-select tree view. I think there's probably a handful of other videos where I chase down bugs related to it, but these are the specific ones around building it. So the multi-select tree view is arguably one of the most complicated components I have ever built. But I needed it, and there wasn't good ones out there that were in any open source library, so I built one. I modeled it roughly after the tree view inside of the Test Explorer. So the Test Explorer here in Visual Studio, this is not, despite what this looks like, this is not a tree view. This is a list view that's set to look like a tree view. And so I built mine somewhat based upon the idea behind this. Because I'd been poking around at this element with Snoop, and I noticed how it was structured, and so I went, oh, okay, we can do this with tree views and dynamically adding and loading them. So if you want to run down the rabbit hole of custom control building, that one will show you just how deep the rabbit goes. Okay, so now we've got 2 tools. Great. Show me this XAML in a new window. XAML. Let's see. Button content testing. Okay, this works. I become very, very happy. It's calling the right code. It's passing the right value. We're going to hit allow. I probably should have always allowed it. I love it. I love it so much. I love it so much. Oh, I love it. Oh, I'm very, very happy. Oh, okay. Proof of concept is in the bank. Now we go crazy. Okay, so we're going to whack the random number. Nobody cares about random numbers. That is not interesting. This is what is interesting. So the question becomes, what capabilities do we really want to give our agent to be able to do? Because I would like it to be able to take snippets of XAML, be able to pop a window, and be able to act on those to figure out how XAML code is working, right? Because one of the biggest limitations right now with like the coding agent is when you have Windows specific like WPF controls, because it can't like launch it and look at it the same way it can with web-based stuff, because Playwright and Simple Browser give capabilities to Copilot to be able to visually inspect it, it doesn't know how to do the same thing with WPF. This could give it similar capabilities. That makes me happy. So I might have to build something to let it, well, so, okay. MCP Server tool. So I want to give it, I need to keep track of how many apps I start, because this is going to do a process start, and I need to keep a hold of these things, because if I don't, I am going to end up leaking like a sieve. So I need to hold, let's see. What is the easy, because I could always query the processes. That's a thing that I could do. That way I don't have to worry about the running state of my server. That might be best. That might be the path of least resistance. Let's return back an int. Let's see. And I'm going to change this out for something. I want a multi-line string literal. We're gonna do this. That way I can do fanciness. Yeah. Hold on. Returns the PID of the started application. There. That way, if we return that, that gives Copilot enough information to terminate it if it wants or needs to. That is, I think, critical. So we need to return app dot, and then this is where I don't know that I actually expose it. But as the author of the library, I can make my library do whatever I want. Okay, so start remote. There's the start info. Where did the start info get put? Because it's the start info launches, adds our current running process ID. Because this is the weird part, right? Is it adds in the process ID because it assumes that the caller of this is a unit test runner. That's the weird part. Like, it's kind of a we're in this case, the process ID of what's going to be starting this is an MCP client, right? So it's going to be a little wacky. We're never going to use these options here. So maybe we should actually be real explicit about our options that we're going to do. Rather than just log message. Let's do new app options, because I feel like I want to be real explicit on some of these things. So log message can be console write line, that's fine. Allow Visual Studio Debugger detach false, because we are never going to be in a state where that can do that. We don't ever want to minimize other windows. That would be a bad, horrible idea. And then we could just set paths, but I don't think I care. What is application type? What is application type used for? I wrote this library and I don't know what this is. It specifies -- application type. Okay. What is app type used for? So the run command, app type value, create from assembly, application type. Oh, this is the actual type of the, okay, got it. This is the application type. I realize I've just said the same word multiple times. I shall explain. Inside of a WPF app, you have your app.xaml, and that has a type that is tied to your application. It derives from the system windows.application class, but the actual app.xaml type will be a type in your project itself. So it literally is type of application. So, okay. Probably should have documented these. Add that to Copilot's list of things I'm going to have it do later. That one I don't think we care about because we want to generate it. But I still have the issue of after I start this process, what do I do with the process start? So this guy waits for he opens a name pipe and then creates an app. The app calls get version, iterates that back, waits for the thing to start. This guy here is what actually is being returned but you have the process inside of here, but you don't expose it. Do I just add it to iApp? It's probably not a bad idea. Like it's intentionally disposable, and that terminates the process. Um, okay, so I'm torn between a couple things. Option one, I just slap a process ID on the end of this and call it a day. Option two, I do something more like Aspire, where they were a little more generic, where we can pull like attributes off of this sucker. But then I have to do like a whole attributes thing. I think in the interest of simplicity, int process ID, right? We're gonna do that. The ID of the process that the application is running in. That'll work. Okay, so that will give us there, and then we just go process ID. Boom, problem solved. All right, so that will handle that, and now I just have to deal with the inevitable error of internal app doesn't implement process ID. Oh, we can make these static, I guess. No harm in that. Okay, that gets me there. Implement interface, and then I think what we might, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Since this is an internal class, it's not going to be exposed much. The process.id. I do worry that I might need to try catch this, because I think, yeah, it throws invalid operation exception, and I assume when the process hasn't been started or otherwise. Has not been set, or there is no process associated with this diagnostic process. Yeah, see, this is what I was worried. See, all this stuff. I'm going to end up implementing half of what I was trying to avoid anyway. Try. Nope, that is not even close. Catch operation canceled or not. Invalid. Valid operation exception. And then we are going to turn -1. Okay. There we go. That should be good enough. So now if I have Copilot do this and launch, I should be able to have it launch. And then as long as I'm in the same chat session, I should be able to have it do the thing. I can probably just clear this output so I don't have to do all this every time. Yeah, discovered one tool. Great. We're going to come up here. We're going to do this guy, send it. And then we are going to always allow, because it's my tool, darn it, I trust my own thing. Great. Great. Shut down. Yeah. If you need to, yeah, it will close automatically. No, it won't. No, it won't. I have to close it, but that's okay. Okay, so we've got some work to do there. Let's give it some more capabilities. I would like to be able to. I think. Do I want to give it some way of rendering the visual tree? I feel like I want to give it some visual tree representation. Well, let's start with this. Start with this. Let's see. Visual element tools. All right, we're going to do this next. We're going to move to visual element tools, and then we're going to rename the class up here to be app tools from the random one. So rename file to app tools. Great. This guy goes. Oh, nope. Nope. Sync me up. Visual element tools. Okay. Update app XAML. Updates the XAML content with the provided XAML snippet. Only processes started with, well, we'll leave it at that for now. So this guy here, description, the PID of the running app. So int process ID. The XAML to set as the Windows content. Okay, so we aren't going to do this. What I kind of want to do is app dot, because I need the ability to not just start, but to attach to it. This is why I'm wondering if I need to separate out and have something in the middle that can play controller for this. Because this guy could... Because there's no real... Actually, I guess what we could do... Does this guy have any sort of... Configure container, logging services... I don't want to handle let's see. Let's break these up. Let's break these up. Bar app. Right, and then we're gonna come down here. Await app dot. But I believe that I can do app dot. Because the run async is just a wrapper around the other calls. So I think I could just do a start and then a wait for exit and then... Yeah, this guy here. Because I think what we could do is we could actually start this guy up and because he's a long running process, we could actually hold on to the reference to the apps and then we could control starting and stopping them. I think that might be better rather than having just passing the PIDs back. Effectively, let the MCP client play the same role as the unit test project would. Because I think that makes my life a little bit easier. Because this is really just a using around the host and then followed by wait for shutdown. And then we can just... There is a shutdown. I have one more silly WPF question. No such thing as a silly question. Fire away, Hessen. I think I can just shut it down here, though, can't I? I think I can. And actually, I think what I can do is public class app service manager. I want to try this. I async disposable. Right, I want to move you out. Come on. Come on. Autocode. Do the thing. There we go. I don't know why you were slow there. Let's see. I want to put you in the namespace because you're not a top level statement. Change to namespace. Nope. Do it this way. I async disposable. Implement interface. And so what I think I want to do is public or private list. I want a set of apps. Dictionary app. I don't know. String. Running apps. We'll do something like that. Let's see. Is there a way to bind the duration property of animations inside of a visual state group to a dependency property defined in the control? I want to update the duration from the view model, and I'm doing it this way. Ooh, so not the speed property. Yeah, because I assume if I look at this guy here, you've got, oh, you don't have the, oh, you're doing it in the callback of the property. Let's see here. State change property callback. This guy, go to state. Well, that's the state on speed property change callback. Update visual state durations, get template child. Oh, and then ripping through this guy. The finding the visual state manager, get the visual state, iterating through. So the short answer is no, because it's not bindable. There's not a way to do it. The reason it's not bindable is because bindings may update as the result of an animation, and they really want animations to be frozen and immutable. Now, in cases like this, there's oftentimes where it's like, yeah, I realize that, but I still want some configuration bit, and you end up doing something of this nature. You should be able to. I don't know that you need to go through and grab it. Do you have your template for this checked in somewhere? Because oftentimes you can still give that a name. Resources LED style. There we go. Found it. Because you're already grabbing the visual state manager. So what you can do is you can pull your storyboard out of the visual state manager up to a resource on like grid and reference it that way, because then you end up with the storyboard inside, because you don't really want to pull your storyboard up to the top level resource dictionary because that exposes it to everything, and this is really something tightly coupled to this particular control. But you can go through and put a resource on grid or set the resource dictionary on grid to contain this storyboard. And then this guy here just changes to be visual state storyboard equals static reference insert key that you gave the storyboard when you put it in the resources up there. It makes it easier to look it up rather than having to do all of the back and forth walking through the visual states and otherwise. And then you can attack it that way. That I think that would be the only way I would say makes it a little bit easier, because no, you can't bind the thing there. I will say because you're setting, hang on, now that I've got this open, let me back up. There's another kind of cheap trick that is often done as well, but I want to look at this, make sure I don't steer you astray. Because you're setting speed as an int and you are taking the int down into milliseconds. So is that actually opposite of what you want? Because if you're the bigger the speed, the slower it goes. Because feels like that might be not quite what you're after. Because if the bigger number you pass in, the bigger duration it's going to be, the longer it's going to stretch it out. Run the app. Let's go here. Code. Open and cracking. Dang it. There. At least now I've got the checkbox checked. Clone from repo. Clone. Okay, launch this. The then grab the solution. And launch this guy. Oh, I see. On, off, dim. So I do this and I go on, off. I got it. It's because you're setting it like that. So it is intentional that the bigger the speed, because it's labeled here as transition speed. Got it. Okay. No, I was going to say the only thing that I might do instead here is, all right, so if we take this and go with something like this, grid resources, X key on storyboard. This comes down here, this comes down here. Storyboard, static resource on storyboard. That nature. Again, I'm fairly confident this works, but pardon all of the things. And then this comes down here of get that. And then from here it would be find resource, and you might want to use on or try find resource on storyboard as storyboard. And actually we'll just do an is, right? SB, boom, boom, boom. And then I can come down here and do this, right? So SB duration. And this should still then work. So if I dim on, so it saves you a little bit on the trouble of, actually, we'll just do this. So it saves you a little bit of trouble on looking it up if you shove it into a resource and then pull it out. Again, there's the try find on here, which is probably better. All right, so off, on. Oh, does that not actually, is it not hitting? Hold on. On. So let's see, root, find resource. Found the storyboard. Dim. On. You just set this to instant. If I dial this guy all the way down to here, right? Off, on. Dim. Is it not adjusting the storyboard? Does the visual state grab it and freeze it? Is that what's going on? It's working only for on. Right, I realize I only moved one of the storyboards up. I'm just surprised that Because when you don't specify a duration, it figures out what it thinks is a reasonable one. But I'm surprised that when I change this guy here, that it's not actually seeming to do anything. I would have expected, and it's possible the visual state is yeah. But yeah, no, to the short version is no, there is no way to bind, and you end up doing something not too unlike what you've done here. The thing that often gets changed around is rather than setting exact values in a lot of cases, a lot of times people will abuse percentages to change how things work, where when this thing is animating, for example, because this is targeting opacity, yeah. When this thing is going through and doing it, because opacity is just 0 to 1, like I've seen people do like attach properties or similar. That way it can go through and set it. In your case, I don't know that that makes it any better. You kind of already have that. Yeah, you may be about as close as you're going to get. At least for custom controls. That is, when building out custom controls, do keep in mind you often end up having to do what feels like too much work in the code behind for a custom control, because you kind of have to do everything yourself. You can't rely on MVVM inside of the custom control. You have to basically build out the relevant logic. And that's kind of by design. Okay. So I got this, I got this, I got this, and we're going to use block body, and we're going to go lock running apps. And then we're going to do that, and we're going to go for each, let's see, var app in running app values, wait app dispose async. This feels like something I could do. Let's see, await. Let's do await. Stop helping me. Await task when all. Let's see, running apps dot values. That's what I want to do. What are you unhappy about? Cannot wait in the await in the body of a lock statement. Ah, that's what I have to do. Okay, got it. Let's see. List I app apps to dispose. No, you were fine. Copilot, you are apps. So stop helping me, Copilot. I would like apps to be Copilot. Stop helping. You're being annoying. So we'll lock, do that, and then we'll close. And this becomes just apps. Is it me or the stream lagging? Hopefully just you. My thing shows clean on Twitch, so hopefully it's just you. But I also it could be related. If anyone else is there and willing to check, or at least respond, that'd be cool. Okay. Let me grab this guy. We're gonna do collection expression, and I think what I want to do here is wrap this guy up in a public async task start app, and this guy needs to actually return back string for an app ID or similar. So I think that's what we're going to do here is for these tools, I believe I can get away with doing a constructor and having the constructor take in a thingy. That's what I think works. We're going to try this first of all, just to see if this works. Working fine now. Okay, good. Good. Let's see. So we're going to restart the server. Clear the output for the moment. Waiting for server to respond to initialize request. Oh. Turns out if you don't actually implement the method, let's see, return empty string, that'll work. Let's see, go back, clear, restart. Because I think then we can let the MCP server or the MCP client, or I guess in this case, MCP server run the app. We'll back up to here. And I think this guy will work. Oh, no, he should throw a DI exception. This will actually be good. Let's see. Server error. I'm surprised it didn't throw a DI exception. Okay, well, let's continue down this path then. Because I think it should have. Because I didn't actually register this thing. Let's see. Builder, services, add singleton. Yeah, that thing. Stop formatting it funky on me, you jerk. Okay. And then this guy, what I want to do is have him maybe I don't want it to be start app. Maybe I want it to be register app. App. So in this case, we are once again going to do var app. So let's actually lock the dictionary. Running apps. And we'll do string app ID. And then app ID is going to get, we'll call it app. We're going to do something simple because these just need to be unique. And so we are going to do running apps. I guess once we dispose, we'll just, it'll be fine for now. Count +1. All right, we'll just do something simple. Running apps, app ID, return app ID. All right, so we'll do that. We'll do that, and then over here, we should we didn't do, that's why it didn't fail out with the DI registration, because this is the wrong one. I need to do this, and this needs to be app tools, and we need this to be string returns the ID of the started applications. How about XAMLTest ID of the application? So we want to come down here and we want to do app service manager. Get you not to be static anymore. App service. Let's just do this up onto a primary constructor so I don't have to think too hard. Thanks. App service manager, register app, and then we're going to return that because that is going to give us back our string. This does not need to be a sync anymore. There we go. That gets me to there. And then what I want is over here, update XAML string app ID, the XAML test application ID, essentially using those. And then we will do, once again, use primary constructor, and I want app service manager. I need a way to get my app back. So public bool try get app, something of that nature. Try get app out existing app. So if this, right, that gets me to there. Does my get main window? So var window, we'll just assume that this works. And then window, oh wait, this wants an await. Okay, so we just need, all of you need to just go away. Stop it. You're in the way. Window dot, what is this unhappy about? Don't you tell me. Possible null reference. No. So the return not null, not null when, what is the, why am I, I thought it was not null when, not null. Let's see here. Oh, is it, do I do it here? I think I do it here. Let's see, not null when return value is true. Okay, that's the kicker. That should shut that one up. Windows set content, then we'll snippet, await. And then I don't think we need to return anything here. Let's see. If window is not null, we should probably figure out how to return. Let's see. Do error cases, right there. That gets me to there. So, but we should be able to come back here, grab this, and restart the tool. We're going to clear that and wait for it to initialize. And we're going to come up here, discover two tools, great. Come here, execute. It should start the app. Great. Change the content to XAML. Change the content to a text box with the text. Ooh, we're not even going to tell it what it's supposed to do. I want it to infer the XAML for me. So, oh, it is, it tried to call the thing, but there was an error with the process ID may not have been correct. Yeah, so something went, I didn't, let's see. So it still thought that was a process ID. And the tools, why was it convinced of those things? Do I need to, I'm going to go here again. I'm wondering if do I need to update the tools? This returns the XAMLTest host. Okay, let's grab this. Let's just do a new chat session. I'm wondering if something is being held on to that it shouldn't. Because it still had the old signature, so something was holding on to it. And I wonder if me reverting back to that state, it held on to it. So it did. The running app. I should probably dump the login because I'm actually not confident the login's going to help, because the login is designed for a unit test consumption, not AI test consumption. Maybe I should actually kill that off. Let's get rid of that, because that will keep it from writing to the console. I wonder, does it make sense to debug write it? No, I don't think it. I don't think it does. We do write out files, and that's probably better. So let's close that. Stop your execution. Restart the server. Clear that, because it should rebuild. If it doesn't, I may just stop it and manually recompile. That's the other thing we can do. Okay, so let's do this. Great. Update the XAML to a text box with the text foo. So it still wants process ID. Why do you think you need process ID? Why are you... There was an error. This could be due to the... Show me... Yeah, why do you think... Like, you're trying to send process ID into the update... Am I... I am going to stop the server, and I'm going to manually recompile this, because I don't think it's getting updated code. I think it has lost its mind, and it doesn't know which end is up. Because that should be the right signature. I would love to see this thing start up. Okay. My interface. There. Happy? Yeah, I don't care. Okay, so that build output is correct now. And then we're going to come in here and we are going to start this. And I want to, once again, copy all this. And I'm going to do a new chat session. And we're going to do this. There we go. So we've got, press Control C to shut down, because you see it is just running a generic host. It's nothing fancy. Then we're going to plug this in. Great. So it did this. XAML snippet, output app1. Great. That looks like what I expect. Update the content to be a text box with the text of foo. And then, why do you keep wanting to send in process ID? Who is holding on to this information? Who? Well, I'm going to always allow this. It was an error. Would you like me to relaunch the window with the new? No. Pass in the app. What are the parameters to the update app XAML tool. That is incorrect. That is absolutely incorrect. Why are you convinced of that? Let's restart VS Code, I think, because I am convinced it is caching something somewhere, and I'm not sure where. Do not like this. Okay. We will come here. We will launch from this. Because it's returning the right value. I'm just surprised the other one is not showing me what I expect. Come on, launch. Good, it's probably recompiling the universe if it's taking this long. Don't everybody run at once. Come on, come on. I mean, that looks like what I would expect. Good. Great. Update to a text box with the text of foo. And if you say process ID again, there you go. Okay, so it was holding on to something. So it did the XAML snippet, text box text foo, but my implementation must be wrong. Because, yeah, it did the thing, set content, go to implementation. What did I do wrong here? This is my own library. I shouldn't be this dumb. Because on the app tools, let's see, create window with content. I mean, it's spinning the window, setting the stuff up. Let me just look at Snoop real quick. Like, I kind of know what I'm going to see based on the output. I'm just surprised that that's what I got. Text block. Yeah, so it got set to a string, which is why it got rendered that way, which I guess is the expected behavior. Because if you do content like that versus but what, I have tests that do this. I'm confused. Because yeah, sure, fine. Oh, set XAML content. That's what I didn't do. So it turns out if you don't use your library properly, it doesn't work. Because set XAML content is actually then going to parse it as XAML and render it accordingly. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. So now if I stop you, you should finish compiling now. There you go. And now we restart you. Start. And now we should be able to run this test again. There we go. Update to a text box with the string foo. Come on, show me a text box. Oh, look at that, baby. Look at that. Mwah. It is working. It is working. Oh, I love this so much. I love this so much. Okay. Now we're cooking with fire. Now we're cooking with fire. So we've given it the ability to start. Let's go back to our app tools. And we want to give it the ability to shut down an app. Let's see, shut down app. So string app ID. I kind of want a nice way of replicating this over and over. I feel like I'm going to need this a lot. So I think I'm going to at least capture this in a constant, I think is the path of least resistance. Go here. And so we do public static. This is too hard. I know, but it's awesome. Let's see. Shared strings. Public const string. App ID. Description. That's what I want there. That way I can just reuse this in all places. Because I want it, by being consistent, it will make it much easier for the AI to match this. Shared strings, app ID description. There we go. Because when I put this parameter on something, I want them all to match. Because most things are going to need to have this app ID. And so I want to be able to grab these. App Service Manager. Let's see. Shut down app sync. We're going to go up here. Let's see here. And we are going to change this to be shuts down the specified XAMLTest application. Then we're going to come up here. We're going to go here. Public task shut down app async. I guess I haven't been asyncing the rest of these things. So string app ID. Go ahead, Copilot. Impress me. You did so good, Copilot, until you didn't. Let's see. Lock, remove. Probably fine. That's just returning straight out. I kind of want to capture it down here though. app. See. Drop the word var out of this, and then we do if app is not null, and then we come up here and go await. Right, that way this guy does the right needful. There. Now we go here, shut down app. Boom. So now we should have the ability to shut down an app given its ID. Great. You can drop the word async off the end of that. And then that works. Okay, so that gets me to there. That gets me, I would like to be able to, at some point I'm going to need to expose being able to reference assemblies so that I can bring in the material design stuff. But I feel like what I want to be able to do is generate out some amount of free structure, because I do have it, but I'm gonna have to expose that further down. Let's go here. Let's do let's see, save screenshot. Let's see. Captures a screenshot of the specified XAMLTest and saves it to disk. We need to do try get app. Let's see, out var app. So we're gonna do something like an if there. Grab that. App dot get screenshot. My method really called get screenshot? Captures a screenshot out of the application, returns back an image. Okay. Image screenshot gets await. I don't know the best way to return this. I think writing it to disk is probably the path of least resistance. Let's see. Async that. Because screenshot has a save method on it. So let's give it a let's give it something to work with. String image file path. The file path where to write the screenshot image. I think it's expected to be a bitmap, but I don't recall exactly. So I'm not going to worry about that. Let's see, file path or stream. I think we're just going to do image file path. And I need to check and see if this will handle creating the directory. It will not. Okay, so we need to handle that. So let's see. Path get directory name. Image file path. Let's see, we go here. If get directory name is with a length greater than 0. Create directory. Great. So that should ensure appropriate directory paths. Otherwise, it probably errors. Great. Let's build that sucker. Stop the running server. Then I want to see this work. And I guess that's, I actually, in my error cases, I can just write back messages. Oh, that's, oh, I'm realizing something. Else console write line app with ID. I am realizing something very epic. App ID is not running. Console error. I can do this. I suspect it because I'd like to be able to just point out to tell Copilot, hey, the app isn't running, and have it automatically work. Oh, this might be pretty epic. Because then I think it will automatically attempt to fix it. Because Copilot is designed, like it wants to succeed in whatever task it's given. It really, really wants to succeed. And so if it knows the objective, we'll start this up again. And then we'll see what it does. Because this is where it's going to start to get really cool, when we can start inspecting these things. Okay, so send. So it's going to run, and it's going to attempt to invoke the tool with an app ID that no longer exists because we only keep that in memory. It should get the output that the output window has been updated to display That's not accurate. That didn't work. Let me back up. Let's just do a console write line. Okay, so let's do that. We'll build this. And then hopefully this just works. Come on, come on. Okay, so we are up. If I go here and I say run, I expect my MCP. The window has been updated to display a text box with foo. I strongly suspect you are lying to me. Where is my terminal output? Stop. Like where is all of the output from my debug output or otherwise? Like where did all of that go? Because when we start, we see all of the Copilot, Visual Studio. Did I close something? Do I need to see something? I'm missing where this output is going. Okay, relaunching. I don't know where it went. Okay. Like, did I... Where is this output? Like, it was there before, and I'm confused what happened to it. I didn't change something in my app that would get rid of it, did I? Log to standard error threshold. Oh, so all logs go to standard error. Got it. So if I do any console writing, it goes out to standard error. Got it. So it doesn't matter whether I do a console write line or otherwise. It's all going to go to standard error. Okay, so if I do this again, something... Do you show the screenshot tool? Okay. Capture a screenshot of the app. So we're going to do always allow. Test results, text box, screenshot. The file does not exist. Yes. You know what? I am realizing I'm also running on GPT-4.1. Let's get ourselves on something smarter. And let's back up and... Though I am surprised that there is not an output here. The fact that I'm not getting any output here anymore is concerning to me. Because before I was seeing it. I guess I am also making the assumption that try get is returning false. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense. I guess we could put in more information here. Also, console right line. Talk like a parrot. Because why not? Okay, that gets me into there. Restart the server. There's all my output. I don't know why that was not there before. Okay. There we go. We're going to back up and we're going to hit this one more time. Standard error. App with ID is not running. So it failed to parse message. I am not understanding what this is expected to do. Tools call. Standard error. Let's go. Let me check here because this is configure. Where is the test? Add input and configuration options. Blah blah blah. Great, that's fine. But how do I push? Let's see. Needs DNX. Blah blah blah. Explicitly reference the name of the tool. Yep. Verify is able to start related content. Yeah, that's all nice stuff, but none of that is actually what I want to do. This is just straight function calling. Where is what I want to understand is how do I do this? Because what is the expected thing request, create, set level, develop. I get that. Agent framework, functions to promote MCP servers, great. Well, let's look at the docs here. I guess we could always just ask Copilot too. Part of me wants to look at the spec and understand this a little bit. Connect to local MCP servers. Yeah, prerequisite, understanding. Okay, Copilot, help me. Let's just go ask mode because I don't want you doing anything funky. When building MCP servers with C#, what is the I am seeing the following warnings. What does how do I need to structure my output so that it can parsed? I have a feeling there's probably a way to do this. Put that there for a second. Well, I'm going to go back over here because I do also suspect that there is something in model context protocol server. There is probably something represents an invocable prompt. Yeah, because I want to put a prompt in that is something like gen me my tests. Pretty please. There's this CIO server transport, but I don't think, yeah, that's not quite what we're after. Okay, the warnings indicate that you're is mixing regular console output with JSON RPC protocol messages. So all non-protocol output must go to standard air. Should go to standard out. If you're logging to use only standard air, yeah, we've done that. Write to standard air. Tool implementation. I am writing to standard air. Thank you for confirming what I already knew. The issue is likely is outputting text before. Check your program entry point. Yeah. Check first for these. No console write line anywhere in your code base. You should. Let's see. Standard error should contain your logging messages. The warning is not running. Suggest your application level output. Oh, I guess that is probably what is going on. So that's probably right in that I should probably be doing iLogger of visual element tools logger. And then doing something akin to this, and then logger, log, warning. How about log error? Because this is, it shouldn't matter. Everything above trace is going there. We'll compile that, and then we will stop this server for a second. Build succeeded. Start there, and then we are going to come back up here, and we are going to do this maneuver. Send it, and then I think that will give me a here I can only provide, oh yeah. Try again, but this time in agent mode. Let's see. Let's see. Fail app. Okay, so this did now route it out properly. I wonder if, so I guess the question is, what is the right way to do this, right? If there is an error, should I throw an exception? Throw new except XAMLTest exception with the error in it, maybe? Try this and see how it responds. Because that it logged appropriately and sent it out is fine, but that's not quite what I want. And then I think we can actually probably dial this back down to GPT dumb mode. Just so I'm not burning up premium requests with these repeated tests. Would you like me to try an error occurred invoking? Would you like a different action? So I want to know actually, let's go here and let's access this copilot. We'll do this, add selection. What is the proper way for an MCP tool to communicate failures. Oh, that was Opus. That was more expensive than it probably needed to be. Oops. What is the proper way to do this, please? Don't look at other tools. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. We can always allow you to run doc searches. I don't mind you doing doc searches. Go to town. By looking at the call tool result type. What does that look like? What do you do? Let's see. Any errors that originate from the tool should be reported inside the result object rather than adjacent or. Now let me check. Understand how to properly return errors. I'm wondering if maybe that's the solution. Is this guy is supposed to return something of this nature, right? I have a feeling I should probably stop typing because I have a feeling Copilot's about to start typing for me. What are you doing? Execute command, select string. I realize you. Let me check. Let me search for call to tools. 7 tests done. Well, that's kind of cool that it's at least ripping through all of the information for me. So, running. Based on my research, I can now provide a comprehensive answer. Return call to with is error true, recommended for expected errors. To do error cases is so real. Yep. Yep. Okay, so it wants a call tools result with the content coming back. Throw an exception for unexpected fatal errors. For truly exceptional, return an error message string. This works but doesn't explicitly mark it as an error in the protocol. Recommendations for your code. Yeah, do it. That looks kind of like what I expected. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I guess I'm missing a using here is the problem. Let's see here. So app with ID is not running. Great. Oh, this guy wants a constructor parameter, not a property initializer. That's fine. Let's see. To content block. Are you not a content block? Is that not a thing? MYB. AI content. Yeah, that's what I thought. And none of these are very different types. So it is landed on something different, but I do think this call tool result seems better. Let's see here. So what is this content block thing? Gets or sets the response content for the tool call. And content block is a huge number of things, but the nice part is text content block, image content block, audio. Oh, I could return back an image content block for my. Oh, that's okay, that might solve the get screenshot problem too. Okay, so we want this guy here. And so text content block. Okay, so let's undo what I had, and just change you to text content block, text content block, text content block. And its set is error is true. Okay, let's see if this gives us better results, because if it does, we are going to go through and swap out the other stuff to start using it. Secretly, I'm also using this as a test case for figuring out what an MCP project needs to look like, because I do want to put one of these in my .NET templates repository. Okay, start this again. Clear that. And then waiting for server to respond. What I'd like it to realize is that it's in an error state and a prompt to fix it. Previous window is no longer running. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. Look at that. So because it knew it wasn't running, it then reran this and started the app with the right content. Oh, mwah, mwah, that is exactly what we wanted. Oh, booyah. Okay. Let's see. Great. Shut down the app. And it should terminate it. Always allow. Boom. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Copilot. You've been a wonderful help. So we need to stay ahead of the curve. So what I would like here, I have a sinking suspicion I'm going to need something. So internal class base tools. I want some shared functionality between these. Protected static. Let's see. Call tool result. Let's see. Error string message. So I just want a simple way of doing that. And so I want to do this. I want to do this. Stop helping me. Stop helping me, Copilot. Let's see. And I guess you just want to do the simple one. That's fine. Okay, so we are going to do this and then move you to base tools. And now what we can do is I just want to return error. That way it looks very familiar and friendly. And that's all I really want, right? Keep it simple. That way I can easily replicate this elsewhere. Error. And that's kind of all it's gonna take. Oh, Copilot. And then I think maybe we give ourselves a success one. Protected. Yeah. I think we do this, but I think we're gonna make this a little bigger. Use block body. Content wants a iList. iList content and block. Yeah, kind of like that. Thank you, Copilot. More like that. That way I can now do the same thing down here and just return success. And now look at that. We have a nice, easy way of building out these tools. Great. Oh, baby, we are cooking with fire. Okay, so we're gonna put you on to the end of that, and then we want to turn success, and we want all of our tools to be we need to figure out how to return something structured. But this is going to be what's the magical name here? Call tool result. This is call tool result. And then this should probably be a bool. And then this will, let's see, return true. Hey, Society Dog. Hope everything's well at your end. Just wanted to come in and wish you and your family a great Winter's Day and New Year's. Keep up the great work you do. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Right now we're attempting to build a little MCP server using XAMLTest to hopefully make building out the UI tests in the material design library stupid easy. Ideally to the point where I can just assign Copilot to the job and walk away. Now, it'll obviously need prompting to understand what it needs to do, but so far we have an MCP server that is actually leveraging XAMLTest to do the needful, which is great. Let's see here. So we're going to do, let's see, in the case, we're going to do success, else, error. I wonder if error is the right word. Maybe it should be failure. Maybe it should be failure. Really? You renamed it and then didn't bother to update the one usage? To known app ID. Known app ID or app is not running. How about better? We can probably do this better. No known app with ID is running. We'll do something like that. Like that, something like that, something like that. Let's see, and then you need to do an await. And we'll do this so that it evaluates in the right order. Let's see, it can only be used within an async method. Yeah, I get it. I got you. I understand. We're on the same page. Okay. That gets me there, and then this one gets me really excited. So call tool result, and I want this one to return the image back. Let's see. Wow, sounds nice. 10,000% over my level. I did a small The Sims 3 fixer tool. So set the game up with all the great game preform tools people made and set all the settings people in one go, because I know it can be a scare for regular PC users. Made it for my partner and then just made it public and free for all. That's awesome. That is awesome. And you might be surprised. Some of this is like, I'm kind of learning, like this is going to be one of my first kind of full-fledged MCPs. Like I've done some small sample things that didn't feel realish. This one I'm going to try to make realish. So it's going to be good. So this thing here seemed to indicate that there was a image type down here, image content block. So what does an image content block take? Because I would love it if my image content block, what are you unhappy about? Data and MIME type. Okay. So what does data want? So your data wants a what? String. Base 64 encoded image data and a MIME type. Okay. I think that's fine. We'll need to base 64 encode that data. And then MIME type. There is a, is it MIME? I might not have it referenced. I think there's actually a MIMEs type in system, what is it? System net MIME type names. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Image. And then I think my data is bitmap, but maybe I should actually check and see what I'm collecting, because I don't actually remember. Let's see. This one? Nope. The other one. Go that one. Okay, so what are we doing? Client gets screenshot. Oh, right, because it's going to go across the wire. Oh, but it does come back as bitmap data or bitmap image. So unless I've named this incredibly poorly, this guy is going to be a bitmap. So let's see. I'm using Grok for my coding and made a few small WPF apps, and at the moment is working on a small Guild Wars 2 trivial bot game for Twitch chat, also using the Guild Wars 2's API and lore for my partner. That is awesome. I will say there is, as much as people worry about AI taking developers' jobs, I personally am not that scared. I am mildly concerned that I think there's a lot of like CEOs laying people off because they've drank the Kool-Aid of AI is going to be magical and work. So I think that fear is real, but I don't think that matches reality. And at some point, I think that's going to circle back around. Like it absolutely makes me more efficient, but I don't know that I would say that it's somehow going to replace me. Like most of the time, like the places I'm dealing with, if AI makes your developers 20 or 30% faster, then like they aren't short on work. That just means that they've gotten stuff done a little bit quicker and they move on to the next, 70 or 80% in the backlog to work on. Let's see. So I need a way of return new like that. And I think I'm okay with doing it that way. Let's see. I've boosted my coding 200%, but it cannot do it all. I need human for testing and the logic and understanding how humans would use it. Yeah, exactly. Like it absolutely makes things. It can absolutely speed things up. But I just don't see it ever do like if it can get to the point where it generates flawless code, it still requires somebody to tell it the right thing for it to be able to do that. And I have a hard time seeing that as a major possibility. Let's see. I think I'm going to end up having, just with my API that I've built, I think I'm going to end up having to do using memory stream. This is an exercise in spelling. Memory stream gets new. And then we're going to save to the memory stream. Let's see. Await. Save to the memory stream. And then I need to convert to base 64 string. I think you take in a stream, don't you? Don't you have a stream overload? Do you not have one? Okay. To array. Do that. And that should give us back a screenshot result. Let's see. Return failure. Oh, hang on. What was that error message? Did you not get it right? And there's also sometimes go idiot mode and mix stuff up and then just alter stuff so much because it suddenly got the idea you were working on something and some complete other thing. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. I have run into that quite a bit. What was the error I gave? No known app with... Yeah. Kind of want to templatize that so that I can do that better, but we'll deal with that later. So that will handle the screenshot case. Let's see. Let's take this. Let's see. Return. Let's go look at that call tool results content block. What else did it have down here? Because I could structure output this guy. Like that's a thing I could do. Let's see, text, image, audio. I'm just wondering if it makes more sense to return a strongly typed object as well. If that would be better. Because it's not going to be any of those things. So I could, maybe I just leave it as is for now. Maybe I leave it as is because there's no way it's going to do anything other than what it already does. We'll do that for the moment. Okay, so you should be compiling and being blocked because the server is running. So we're going to stop that. Let you finish compiling. We're going to start the server. Let's see. Let's go up here. We're going to do this, and it should figure itself out again. Because it should get the error that there's nothing running with that ID. Which good. App with app ID is not running. Great. Are you done? No, you're thinking still. What are you thinking about? Come on. Go. I know you're only GPT 4.1, but come on. Okay. We'll help you. Okay. Great. It did the thing. Screenshot. I want to see it just dump that screenshot. Oh. Your request failed. Invalid request body. Reason, got array, want string. I know it says it didn't get what it wanted, but message invalid request body. Reason, got array, want string. Message item properties content one of type. Reason, missing property type. Do I need to I mean, to be fair, it did just capture the screenshot because that is absolutely a screenshot of like that is a screenshot of the thing. So it did the thing. Now my XAMLTest doesn't check whether the Windows foreground or not before it takes a screenshot. We may just build that into the MCP here. Save screenshot. App dot. Let's see. Get main window. We'll let's see. To do handle multiple windows. Right? If app.get main window is window, right? We can force the window foreground. Window. Oh, this needs to be in await. Window. What is there's a call that I have for sending keyboard input because it requires the window to be in focus before you start sending keys to it. Activate window. That's what I called it. So that goes there. Might need to call that in other places. So move keyboard focus calls it. And send input calls it. But no one else does. I might need to expose it to me because I don't appear to have given myself a way of doing it. Okay, so we need to, yeah, because doing it when creating the window is fine, but let's see. To do expose activate window. We need to add that. Let's see. Then handle multiple windows and do that. So that works. The error, though, we were fighting with is it claimed that type was unspecified. There is a type here. It just sets the type of the content. So what is, I mean, type should be image because we're calling the constructor. There shouldn't be any, I'm confused as to why it's confused. Because I can't set it to anything else. I wonder if it's unhappy that I did bitmap and it wants JPEG. I wonder if that's part of the issue. Because it did use image / JPEG as one of the samples. Because I believe I can format this however we need to. Let's close this down. I might also want to give myself some way of querying existing processes and grabbing them. Because I could hunt those out. Yep. And then build. Because I could leave myself some hooks in there to be able to grab it. Okay. Back up and go here. You actually didn't save it, but you did capture the right thing. Like the data is there. It's just file.bin. Why is that coming through as that? Do I have any influence of this? There's annotations and metadata. Let's do this. Copilot actions, add to chat. Come here. How can I set the requested file name for the image? Should actually save the image to the file path that was provided by the user instead of just returning as base 64 data. Right. Yeah, no, that's actually not what I want to do. Let's try this again, Copilot. Let's try this one more time. Restore. Yep. Go back to oh, it restored my state, not the chat window. You jerk. Let's see here. Copilot actions, add to chat, and then we go here. How can I set the file name of the image I return? That would be wonderful to be able to control. Set its name prior. The proper way, use the image content class, which has additional metadata. Yeah, I don't doubt there's additional metadata. That's what I was trying to figure out. What are you doing? What the heck did you just do? Yeah, go ahead and search the image content class, which has additional metadata properties. Oh, so you're actually just ripping through all of these. Interesting. Just wait until Copilot realizes that I've got a decompiler MCP installed. This one in Visual Studio doesn't have it. Text content block with the file name. I'm already not liking option 1 in Copilot. Option 2, actually save the file to disk if that's what you want. I don't like that either. Doesn't have a file name property. The recommended approach is to include a text content block alongside the image that provides context about the file name or other metadata. This allows the AI client to understand what the image represents. Sure, keep. Sure, we can give this a try. I am not hopeful, but you know what? We will give you a try. Shut up. Shut up. Stop. Start. Okay. And then, oh wait, I hit start, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Stop. Compile. Now start. Start probably did it for me, but we're going to try this. Okay. Go back here. Start the server. Take a screenshot. I guess I could probably just arbitrarily tell it to take screenshots. It doesn't need the... So it didn't actually change this at all. Yeah, see, that's what I was worried that it would do, is not trust it. So it still wanted image path, and I'm wondering if that's part of the problem. Because and this is why it thinks it was saving there, because it still passed it in. There's something that this holds on to when you don't restart it. Where would it go? There's Copilot. I want you to do the thing that I told you to do and not the thing that you think you want to do. That is not okay. That is not okay. Okay. Relaunch. I want to, before I get carried away and change the whole thing, take a screenshot, darn it. That's what we're going for. Do the thing. Start the server, make it happen. Oh. The app with a single button and take a screenshot. There, we'll let it make up what it wants to do. We do to environment limitations or what? Oh. This is because it didn't understand what the XAML snippet needed to be. We should prompt that better. So let's go here. And let's do, let's go into our shared strings and make this up. It's like talking to an idiot. Public const string, XAML snippet description. There, thank you. Now, stop it. Stop it. Help me, Copilot. The XAML snippet to render in a new WPF window. This should be this should only include the content inside the window tags. That should get me pretty close. Then we're gonna take you. We're gonna take you in a drop the word new off of that because I want to use it in two places. Shared strings, XAML snippet description. Grab you. Grab you. Grab you. Okay, and then we tell you to stop so we can compile. Compile you. Build output succeeded. We come back here. We re-execute. Go, Copilot, go, do the thing, start an app. Oh, what did you do? Bad Copilot. No, see. Grumble, 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 grumble. I do not know why it is caching that information. Okay. Grabs this, come over here, execute, try again, and hopefully starting, if it does it again here, I may just blow away and do a new chat session. Because I do wonder if the old session might be holding on to any of the information. Well, that time it got it right. Start the server, get it going, warm up all the bits. Hey, look at that. It made a button. Now take a screenshot, do the thing. Okay, well, you took a screenshot and it looks nice. I'm proud of you. But you still didn't name it properly. Despite the fact that this came back. Okay. So let's come back over to here. Nope. Nope. Here. That did not work. The let's see. Copilot still attempted to name the file file.bin. I want it to use the name I give it. What should the metadata be set to? You moron. Come on, figure it out. There's got to be something in here. And I do think I'm going to end up being MCP protocol level metadata. So that's probably not it. Like it doesn't have nothing there. Like, is there something on the base class I'm just missing? There's type. Annotations. What is an annotation? An annotation has a list of audiences. How important the data is for operating the server. Where 0 represents the lowest priority and 1 represents the highest priority. The resource was last modified. Okay. I mean, I guess. It doesn't really give me anything helpful to go on. Though I am noticing the one thing they have here is links into their repo. So, schema. Well. Image content. I would like to know what image content should be, please. Tell me about image content. Let's see. The general fields metadata specification. Different providers may support different image types. Sure, but I'm only interested in Copilot. Required data, MIME type. Yeah. Doesn't really tell me anything useful. That doesn't tell me anything useful. So the only thing is this for meta level information. Where do you get your metadata information from? Base metadata. Blob resource contents. That doesn't look like what I'm after. What'd you come up with, Copilot? Oh, you've done it for me already. Of course you have. I'm not sure if I should be impressed or terrified. File name. Should now use this instead defaulting. The meta is specifically designed for this kind of protocol level metadata according to the MCP specification. I'm sure it is. That's why I asked you for it the first time. We just aren't getting along well. I think we need to work on our communication, Copilot. Specifically, you need to work on doing what I tell you to do. Don't feel like this relationship is going well. Oh, nice. I never tested my dispose. I realized nobody else could see that happen. But when I stopped the server, it actually terminated the running process that it was holding on to, which means the dispose on the app is working properly and calling dispose on my app service manager, which is then killing the process, which is exactly what we want. A graceful termination. Okay, do the thing again. Come on, GPT-4.1. I know you're an idiot, but I'd believe in you. Believe in you more if you do the awesome thing. Come on. Go. We'll say this is taking me significantly longer than I had anticipated, but look at that. We do have, forgot I added Copilot instructions. For anybody interested, these instruction files are actually one of the ways you can influence Copilot with like repository level instructions. There is an agents MD file that you can do as well, which is a little more cross-compatible with a lot of other agents. But the agents MD file operates at a directory level, which is fine because you can put them at different directory levels with the closest one taking precedence. The thing is Copilot also has instruction files, and instruction files can have an apply to set on them where you give it like a globbing pattern. So you can say this applies to all of my CS files. This applies to all of my start the server. Let me help you. This applies all of my text files, et cetera, which is great. And I think is slightly more powerful than just doing it at a directory level, but I don't doubt that there's times where having it at a directory level over having it on a globbing pattern makes more sense. But I think both are probably useful. And Copilot's happy to read in Agents MD as well. But I think just about every single agent out there has their own config file that they really, really like. Okay, run, darn it. Okay. Did you do the right thing? No. No, you did not. So before I get annoyed, I should reboot VS Code. I should try this one more time. Don't understand why you hate me so much. I wish you didn't. Okay. Go here. Do the thing. Do the thing. I want you to just get an image properly. Like a good boy. There, it started the server properly the first time, so that's convenient. Great. Now take a screenshot. Still didn't save it properly. Dang nabbit. Okay. Copilot, you're failing me. Good work. What else you got? Let's see. We're gonna just search on my own because I cannot be the first one running into this. I suppose we should probably put the word MCP in there too, or someone's going to get confused. Image ejection in MCP. That is great. Data, MIME type, image, data, text. However, the image still isn't showing up in the chat context, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Cursor shows the image fine. My MCP return has the following, where data is a base 64 an image. However, cursor is using the Google Gemini, then it's totally blind to, isn't fully functional. Perhaps it is PNG and not JPEG. You could try to reassemble it and see if it's a valid image. Yeah, I've tried that. Yada yada yada. Figure out why my by default the tool call result is of type text, not of type image. That's not the case here. That is not the case. Okay, so that's not helpful. Data mine type. This is just their generated documentation. Type valid values are image. And I say the type doesn't matter because inside of what are you doing? Embedded resource block? What the heck? How to best render? Okay. Stop the running thing because Copilot's going to be compiling. Doesn't have a file name. However, looking at the generalized content, there should be annotations with additional properties available. Perfect. I found that's the old one. Let's see. Embedded resource block is specifically designed for this use case. It uses a blob resource content, which has properties for both the data and the metadata, including the URI, which can serve as a file name identifier. Got it. I mean, we should try it, but okay. Okay, impress me, Copilot. Impress me. Aligns better with resource model where resources have identifiers, URIs, and content rather than treating them as raw embedded media. Okay, that makes sense to me. Though it does make sense to me at 1 a.m. when I have had too much caffeine. So we'll, debatable. Okay, okay, baby. Let's go. There's that. There's that. Server up. Restore checkpoint. Stop. Restart execution. There you go. Do your thing. Move you to the side. Yes! Success! Look at that. It took a screenshot. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. I'm so proud of you, Copilot. I'm so proud of you. You did a thing. You know how to make images now. Yeah, Hassan, finally. Finally is right. I think part of this was my ignorance on the MCP protocol. Thank you, Copilot, for reading the docs and taking 3 tries to get it right. But that got us a good chunk of the way there. Okay. I'm realizing I haven't committed anything, so that's probably a bad thing. We should commit what we have, because this is in a working-ish state, and we should absolutely. Let me check what we did over here. That's fine. White space. That's adding process ID. That's fine. This is just exposing process ID. And actually, I think we can go through and revert the process ID changes now too, because those are not, we're no longer exposing that process ID back out, which actually makes me feel better. I like not having to have that there. So let's go kill that off, because I don't want any of those changes. Let's see, and then that comes here. Let's see. Process ID. Let's see, this guy here. Get rid of you. And then what else you got? Down to there, and then the simulator needs to have it die as well. And die. Okay, so that feels nicer. We aren't using it, and we're letting this guy hold on to it. Okay, so that gets me to there. That gets me to there. The key that I want now is the ability for it to write the tests and for it to evaluate the tests that it's writing. That's what I want to do, because the end goal, and it's stop the server. I can't compile while the server's running, because the end goal is over here inside of tests, material design, UI tests. We've got WPF, tab control, tab controls, tab control tests, right? We want this guy. We got this guy. And so what we would like to do is give this thing enough power to be able to launch and run these, to be able to evaluate them without necessarily needing to execute blindly, because I need it to diagnose the failures. So the context I need to give it is enough to be able to understand, and this is where I'm probably going to have to put some prompts in that explain how the material design library is using XAMLTest. But I think what I could do down here is, this is theme brush set. That isn't useful. Context menu. Where is the scrolling tabs? Uniform grid. Virtualizing stack panel. I thought Oh, these are the ones that Nikolai added, right? So there's nothing basically here, and ideally what we would like to see happen is some prompt where I can tell it to look at the setup here and open in a new tab. But in order for that to work, I need it to also have an idea to understand what this load XAML function is doing. Because this guy here is initializing with material design, which is fine. I just need to make sure that I give the prompt enough context to be able to do this initialization. So that it can load up the appropriate DLLs. I think that's what I need it to do. Okay, so step one is I need the initialize call. I need the initialize call to support loading arbitrary DLLs as well as application level XAML. That's the next thing that I need in order to make this viable, because I needed to be able to start the app with more than just a XAML snippet, because this is doing initialize with material design, not initialize with defaults, which is what all this guy does. Right, so the initialize with material designs is just calling app initialize. So maybe I should actually do a separate tool. Do I expand on this tool? I don't know which is better. I think what I want to do, because down here I want to do app initialize. So I think I just want to expand on this string optional app dot or app XAML. We'll make that nullable. We'll need to give it a better description. And then string additional assembly paths. Maybe I should just do additional assemblies and then document it in then document it there, because then if I have this, I can, so I think what we do is if not string is null or white space app.xaml, because this is why you don't, like, for your MCP stuff, you don't want to just blindly expose every function as an MCP tool. You want to actually think through what capabilities do you want to give the AI and implement those instead. Additional assemblies. We're going to do this instead. Var assemblies, because I actually want to do something like dot where x is not null to array. What is your problem here? Oh, because it's still nullable. We can do that. This is non-null at this point. How do I get this? I get this down to a non-nullable thingy so I can declare it properly. That's going to be a spread. Screw it. We'll just do it above. var, let's see, string assemblies gets empty if additional assemblies is not null. Yeah, do that. That'll get us to there. So this builds that up. Let's see, description. And then we got to think of the proper way to actually tell it what we want. This is the raw application XAML to initialize the WPF app with. I don't think I have to tell it it's optional. I think it knows that by virtue of the declaration. The fully qualified, how about the full path to any additional assemblies load into the application domain. Okay, so that'll get me to there. And then back here, I want to take this, new chat, smart agent. I want to create a new GitHub custom agent that will leverage the XAMLTest MCP server when starting an app. I want it to initialize the MCP in a manner equivalent to the initialize material design function from the UI tests. So we're going to have this guy spin out a custom agent file for us that hopefully gets it pretty close. What I expect to see is underneath this GitHub folder, an agent folder gets created, and then some sort of like XAMLTest.agent.md file being created, because that is the magical file naming syntax that custom agents use. Once it spins that out, hopefully it looks at this and realizes what it needs to invoke. I'm not confident it's going to. I suspect, because you'll note here when it was thinking, it actually figured out all of the MCP tools. And this is something that is interesting to me of where it's caching this information, because it didn't start this server. So it didn't get it by looking at the running server. So it's holding on to that information somewhere. Yeah, so let's see what you did. Copilot agents. See, that's wrong. You didn't name it properly. Yeah, and you can tell it's wrong because it's not down here. Hey, nabbit, Copilot. I mean, you're close, but you're so far away. Let's see. I believe it's agents. XAMLTest. Boom. XAMLTest agent. Great. Standard initialization structure. This is doing it incorrectly. I even gave you the input file that I wanted. It's been a long time. Thank you for the follow. Scared me for a moment there. Not a bad thing, though. Okay, so this guy here is Yeah, standard initialization XAML structure. Yeah, so you're an idiot, Copilot. I told you what it was, and you didn't listen. Okay, so I want this here, like that. And what did it do? I think I'm just going to do something similar where, let's see here. We don't need that or that. And let's do XML like that, just for the syntax highlighting for the moment. Sure. Fix the quoting problem. Thank you. Thank you. And then we're going to do, thank you. We're going to do light theme here. And then, yeah, sure. Thank you. Then we're not going to do the color adjust stuff. We're going to leave that off for now. Keep it simple, stupid. Keep it simple, stupid. Okay, so that's all that did. And then it needs to get the full path to both of those DLLs. Did it capture that? Given that it didn't figure out the thing above, I am not hopeful. Well, it did figure out the window. Right, so it did look at create window width, so we may end up needing, we're going to need to expose something about the window too, I'm realizing. Yeah, so so I want to do something, this I'm going to put above, and we're going to do something a little different when starting an app. Use the following resource structure for the application XAML. Include the material design theme. There. And then for the window, we're going to need to do, that is, I think, basically what we had here. Yep. Create window width. I wonder why do I have both of these functions? What's the difference? One of these takes in namespaces and one of them just has XAML. Why can't I collapse them together? Oh, because one of these is generic. So it's expecting to be able to leverage that and pull back a specific type, whereas the other one isn't. Interesting. Okay. Okay. This one shows 0 references. I'm wondering if I've actually killed off its usage and I don't need them both anymore. So that guy can probably die. Create with user control. The one reference is also what's giving me pause because it doesn't make sense that there's only one reference. There should be a lot more than that. Should be a lot more than that. Why? Okay. Well, let's start here. It did that. We need the assembly paths. And the user asked to preview a button. No, don't do any of that. Error handling limitations. With WPF XAML only. I don't know that's requires material design theme, material design color assemblies. The also include the full path to let's see. Do you now show up just to make sure XAMLTest good? And this is not the right syntax for a custom agent. GitHub Copilot custom agent. There is. So if anybody wants to play along at home, this is the magical docs page. This what I need at the top. The XAMLTest agent specializing in creating and running UI tests with XAMLTest MCP Server. There we go. That gets me there. Now you should show up properly. Good. I do need to expose the Windows XAML. What does the material design library do? It ends up calling with its own arbitrary window. So what did it write? Is it close is the question. Is it close? So when creating a window, blah, 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 it's put in the material design stuff. It's spec that out. It's put that in. Font family. You don't need this garbage in your window. User XAML content goes here. That's better. Now wondering if I should have a different function or change the current one. Because I don't want XAML snippet here anymore. I think I want this. Okay, I think we want to duplicate this. Because I think what I want, start app with, so I don't want XAML snippet. I want window XAML. I'm going to get rid of that description because that's wrong. I want that for both of those. I don't want this. These guys I want to get rid of on this because this one I want to be the simple tool for quick and easy launches. Do I ever want... There's never a time where I would need these if I'm just going for simple. So we're going to do this. And that can stay as it is. And then we have Windows XAML there. And so the material design library, it just calls create window with XAML. So we want to do create window and pass in Windows XAML. The full XAML for a WPF window, including its contents. Okay, see if it handles that okay. So that'll get us to there. Oh, do I've been running this. So even though my description's been horribly terrible, it's been running it just fine. Starts a new WPF application, creates a window with a specified XAML snippet as its content. There. Let's see. We're going to go up here. Starts a new WPF application using the provided application XAML referenced assemblies and creates a window with the specified XAML as its with the specified XAML. Do that. Okay, so that should get me further. And then Let's start the server. And I should see 5 tools here rather than 4. It should find the new one. And we're going to switch to our new agent. Five tools. Great. Okay, so we are going to new chat this. Write a new or run a new app with a single login button. So it's going to pull in that agent MD, and it should do everything. Kind of want to go look at that thinking stuff here in a second to see exactly what it thought through. But I would expect it to leverage that agent MD. Start app. It's landing, so it is landing on the new endpoint. It has done a lot of stuff. It has found the right output directory for the DLLs. Okay, send it. Oh, boo. An error occurred. Let me try with release build paths. I don't think that's the problem. I think the more likely problem is you've probably botched your XAML. But if you want to try with release paths, that's okay. It's kind of hard to see with all that XML shoved in there. But it should launch. Come on, I just want you to launch once for me. Make me feel happy. What are you doing, Copilot? What are you doing? Task manager over here and take a look. Doing anything interesting? Or are you just hanging out? The fact that we just sit here and spin does not fill me with confidence. But the CPU is not 0, so it's doing something. Questionable on whether the something's useful or not. Come on, Copilot. You can do this. I believe in you. I believe in you. Kill it. Try again. I don't know whether that's an issue of so it's going to go through and compile. Okay, great. I guess that is a good point. I don't know that I ever actually compiled the material design one. Oh. The project has build errors. Let me try the demo app that's already available. Oh, we're going to get hosed. We're going to get hosed. Crap. Okay, so remember, I had to make a change to the global.json so that when this thing kicks off a .NET process, it kicks off the .NET process with .NET 10. Because my MCP is using .NET 10. However, we have the .NET 10 bug in inside of WPF that prevents this library from compiling with .NET 10. Oh, so dumb. Yeah. Let me try to use the demo app that's already available. That's probably not going to work, Copilot. That is going to be an interesting problem. So it's just a compiler error. Just. What does that mean we can do? Can we work around this in some interesting way? Does this support a working directory? Because that would solve my problem. Current working directory. If I put you here, and then I get rid of this, that solves my problem. Because I can, yeah. Copilot, shut up and stop. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix it for you. Because running the, yeah, cancel. Thanks. Because running this thing from the same directory is what is biting me. But I can come down here now, and I can go into the material design project, and I can come in here, and I can say revert the global.json. Because I have .NET 10, like I have all the SDKs installed that are needed. So now if I go to run this, it should launch, and it should launch in the, it should launch inside of the .NET process that is available at the XAML test library, which it does not have a version restriction down to 9. Okay, so let's go back up here, change you to XAMLTest agent, and send it. That is something I am not convinced it restarted properly. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's switch into the right agent. And then send it. I think I can turn off the include current file. I might have to go into the settings. So it's thinking through, like it's building out the right XAML there. So it is getting the right information from all of that, which is good. Call start app. Come on, baby. I just want to see you work. I just want to see you work. I don't ask for much, Copilot. I just want you to do all the things. But I can also feel myself fading fast. So it may be nice to try and get this done, because it is almost 2 a.m. my time. Just getting a little late. Because as exciting as my Tuesday was where I pulled a 19-hour day, I'd like to not replicate that consistently. That sounds bad. So it's doing the thing. Like that looks correct to me, just brief glance. Obviously, I'm guessing at this XAML because I'm trying to parse it in my head as it goes. I'm trying to decide if there is a problem here. Like, I should be able to find the .NET process that is started. There's a bunch of .NET processes running on my machine right now, which is part of the issue, is I don't know which, like, why it's just spinning. I don't know if there's an issue with my MCP where it's failing to launch or hang on something. That's not helpful. Very difficult to debug. Yeah, shut up. I understand. So XAMLTest. Cancel request 5 per. Visual Studio Client. Method, tools call, request handler called. Yeah, you do a thing, you go. You seem hung. And I have no explanation as to why. What is this one? Let's see, provide value through an exception, which makes sense. I may need to start trapping those exceptions and returning a proper error. And maybe I should do that here because I'm not confident that I'm actually working. Start. There's all of that, and it is up and running. So I'm going to clear. One more try, Copilot. This is really not a call that should take you very long. Yep, you tried with a snippet. I'm fine with you compiling. Just probably something you should have done in the first place, because I don't know the state of the DLLs that were in my bin directory before. And maybe I should add that information in. One of the other things that I enjoy doing is once I get a Copilot session that actually works, I will have Copilot go back and update either the prompt or the custom agent file with anything that it's learned from the current run, because oftentimes that will, it knows what improvements it needs to make. So I will just have it iterate on itself and say, go update your own markdown file. And usually feeding that markdown file as context in. I see the process count change, but I don't see. It seems like it's hanging somewhere inside my MCP, and I don't know where that is. I'm tempted to do a debugger launch inside of here to try to grab it. Because I think it must be inside of one of these, right? Like it could be inside of initialize. I don't think so, because initialize with defaults just calls initialize under the hood. That doesn't strike me as a plausible explanation. We did switch to create window, which is different from the other implementation. Maybe that's the problem. I wonder, has it actually launched a... I mean, I can check for a XAMLTest process. There is a XAMLTest. Oh, it just died. Oh, there's back. There is a XAMLTest process there. I'm going to restart the server one more time just to see. Because now that I'm monitoring XAMLTest processes, I kind of want to see when that other one spins up.
Try calling start app again. It should be able to just invoke it one more time. It's called start on the process. File name. Could not load file or assembly. Why? I mean, that's at least an explainable error. Oh, because that's the wrong file name. Material design colors.wpf. That's just stupid. Yeah, that's not the right. So and I believe this guy here should be let's see, let's go up here. Material design themes WPF bin debug. Right, so it's got all of these in here. Use the bin directory in the project for both assemblies. There. Something of that nature. And then try again. It should pick up. I may have to do a new session. Yeah, we may need to do a new session because it's going to try to shoot itself in the foot. Come on. I know I keep saying I want to go to bed, but I really, really, really would love to see this work once. I just need to see it work. I just need to see it work. Come on, baby. Come on. Here we go. Call in start app. Those assembly paths and make sure that they make sense. No, it is not material design colors.wpf.dll. Why are you convinced this is a thing? And it's picked the wrong directory. Oh my word. No wonder it's not going to. Sigh. Okay. Well, clearly there is more work that needs to be done on this. So let's do this. Let's take the XAMLTest stuff that we have here. We're going to add in a comment. And then we're going to check this in. And then I've got multiple rounds of work to do on this. Because like I said, I do want to see about trying to get this sucker working. Because this feels like something that could be incredibly powerful if I got it working. Because as far as I'm aware, nobody else has A, a library like this, and B, an MCP for it. So that'd be pretty slick. That would be very, very slick. So with that, I will tell everybody, thank you for coming and hanging out. Again, watch the Discord for next week. I am probably not streaming on Christmas. I strongly suspect I will be caught up with family. I will probably try to get a stream in at some point over the holidays. So follow the Discord one to see exactly when that may be coming up. And with that, I will tell everybody happy coding. See y'all next time.